I mean, that's what I'm saying, man. I'm out there in the Hanam parking lot wearing a hanbok. A bunch of like middle-aged strangers coming up to me. They're like, "Hey, that thing you're wearing is called a hanbok." I'm like, "I know it, girlfriend. You're telling me you did. I'm the one who put it on." He's early. Yeah, my wife is back. So as a result, I don't know what to do with myself. It's like the gas pedal is, it's not like I'm not pressing the gas pedal, but I'm not going, Ree! I'm not putting it like down to the metal 90%. You know what really grinds my gears? People who don't go fast enough in the merge lane to get on the highway. Possibly the most dangerous normalized driving habit. The highway is 100 kilometers an hour, let's just say, 60 to 70 miles an hour. Catch me 7 cars back in a 15-car lineup because there's a Dodge Caravan at the front that's doing 45. We're trying to merge at 45. Nobody wants to let us in. The people behind me are honking their horn at me. I'm going, what do you want me to do? They're going, just crash into the people in front of you. Every time someone drives slow in the merge lane, I just say, yeah, we're all dead. I think that's fair. I was going to say that's the most annoying thing, but really, like, the most annoying thing when driving is basically whatever is currently happening to me. Like yesterday, I was behind someone in traffic, and it was like bumper to bumper traffic, but they were keeping like a 7 car length distance with the car in front of them. And I was like, this is the most annoying shit that's ever happened. It's not, but it was at the moment. How was the Peloton ride? It was fantastic. It was like a 45-minute, 2010s Bradley Rose ride. Performance 520 something. I can't remember exactly. It was pretty good though. I feel like I'm not like 100% yet, but like the strength that left my body last week is like starting to return. I don't feel like I have brain fog anymore. I was like pissed off last Thursday. I think it was like that. You know what happened? And it's almost is more sad than anything else. I think the norovirus like sapped it made me diarrhea so much that I shat out some water I needed to keep the thoughts firing well in my brain, which then led me, like, on some level, I was like, I know that I'm stupider than normal right now, but no matter what I do, I can't recapture that electricity, right? So I was like pissed off that I'm like, normally I would be better than this, but I'm dumb right now, and that's pissing me the fuck off. Hey, Wafa88, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. Thank you. First stream in what? It's like 4 days after a week in which we streamed 2 days. The week in which we had norovirus, some other respiratory illness as well. People come in, hey, hope you're feeling well. By the way, are you ever going to play this game? I don't fucking know. It's been 3 seconds. Just relax. I have no clue. My ass literally, they just took the handcuffs off. I've been out of prison for 5 seconds. People are like, would you rather have $500,000 or lunch with Jay-Z? And I'm like, well, lunch with Jay-Z, but can I think about it? Can I sleep on it a little bit? You should custom upload a few existing emotes under different names to better Twitch TV. Why? What are you talking about? I don't understand. I'm not mad at the suggestion. I'm just like, why? To fuck with chat? I don't even know what it does. What do you mean what it does? So people would type in the emote, they wouldn't know it was an emote, and then it would make an emote? I don't care about your asses at all. So they would try to type Joel, they would get Peepo Talk instead? What? What are you talking about? You've been workshopping that since Thursday afternoon? That's the first message you come through after 4 days? Then for the next 5 hours, people would be like, why is Joel Peepo Talk? And I'd be like, oh, I thought it would be funny to change it. People would be like, I get it. Hilarious. And then they would be like, I haven't been here in 6 weeks. Is he still playing Midnight Suns? And I'd be like, yeah. And they'd be like, lol. Anyway, I'm going back to Forspoken. Is he still playing Dome Keeper? That's a game. I forgot about Dome Keeper. I'm not going to play it, but that's a game. There's a 0% chance I play Forspoken. I don't even play the AAA games that get like 90s. Me playing one that gets like a mid 60, I mean, that's just like insane. Not to mention every clip I've seen of it is insanely annoying. Not to mention the only reviews I've seen of it, none of them come from like normal. Okay, that's like not the right way to phrase it. None of them come from like what I would consider to be the biggest outlets in games media. Instead, they all come from like PlayStation Lover. PlayStation Lover says pretty when what the quote is if you can get it on sale, it's pretty good. I got nothing but respect for PlayStation Lover. I'm just saying. What game are you talking about? It's Forspoken. Seems pretty. I mean, like, it seems like pretty much, I would say, like, my least favorite genre, which is not. I know it's very popular, but like third-person action-adventure games, I think I'm just over them at this point, and have been for like 7 years. But then also with like Stewie Griffin / Chloe from Life is Strange as the main protagonist, and then Vision / Jarvis as like the straight man that she's bouncing her banter off of. I would rather be dead, for sure. Maybe not for sure, but like I thought the trailer was just kind of cut bad. But then I watched that like unfiltered clip where she kills 2 beasts. And then she went like, holy flirkin' shart. Did I just do that? So yeah, I'm shooting magical spells out of my hands. I'm talking to a magic gauntlet. Pretty soon I'm going to be able to fly. And I was like, that shit was literally, that's the trailer. They did not cut like a sizzle reel. They just they went, that line is the line that's going to sell it. By the way, I haven't made this yet. And it never will. But I saw today, and I wish sketch shows still existed, because we had 2 good ones recently that we basically stole from Twitter. One of them is guy who tries to steal a flat screen from the self-checkout, but then when he scans it as bananas, it costs more than a flat screen would, because TVs are cheap now. It could come. No, a TV might be like $400, but when he scans it as 4011, it comes through as like $750, and then he has to like figure out what to do. That could be humorous. And then also, how about an absurd funhouse mirror of the new movie trailer convention, which is there used to be trailers, and then like at some point we got teasers, which is like, hey, it's not quite a trailer, but like this is a movie that's coming out, and here's a voice line and a picture of the actor. Now, in front of the teaser, they have something that's like, are you ready, America? Because you're about to get your first look at Wizards of the Coast, Dungeons and Dragons. And like while this voice acting is going on, there's like a montage of shit from the trailer. It's like they took the trailer and cut it down into a 5-second sizzle reel so that you don't get bored of the trailer. There's now and like I think you could do something with that. Are you ready, America? Because in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, like a D pops up on the screen. That's the D from the new upcoming action-adventure fantasy film, Dungeons and Dragons, in theaters this April. And now you're about to see the teaser for the trailer for the sequel to the Disney Plus original show based on the toy line for Dungeons and Dragons in theaters this April 2023. Anyway, you get the idea. I'd give that a like. You're too generous, but thank you. There's no Subway Surfers footage. I'm not playing. I'm not watching. I'm not freaking leaving. No, macros, rare macros miss. I'm definitely not adding danse. That is, I'm going to let that one go. Rip danse? I mean, it's just not that good. Joel's better anyway? Well, I think Joel's better. I don't know. You don't need to pit them against each other. Anyway, let's get some React Court going. Danse is goated? Nah, as someone who spends about 45 minutes a week watching Twitch streams, I don't want to see that emote in my chat. You gotta say no to some emotes. You can't just say yes to every single one. Just like 99% of them. What happened to your voice? You sound like 2018 NL. Okay, we're doing a new... You should be thankful. You're probably gonna be a little annoyed, but you should be thankful. 60-second timeout, okay? We're here. It's been 10 years. What happened to your voice questions are now auto timeouts if I see them. I'm sorry. Now, they're not going to be auto 60 seconds. The next one's 600 and the next one's 6,000. I'm just so sick of hearing about it. Hey, I have no life. I was watching 100 Isaac videos in a row from 2013. What happened to your voice? Fucking, I don't know. What happened to your potential? I'll tell you what's going to happen is what happened to the last 100 people that asked the question. You're going to get timed out for 100 hours. Too far, too far. Shut up. Just watch the stream. You don't go to a comedy show. Oh, dude, I'm going to my favorite comedian. Sebastian Maniscalco is playing the local Long Island casino. And then as soon as he gets on stage... What happened to your suit? What are you wearing? Just shut up. Have 2 $9 Tom Collinses. Laugh, don't laugh, stay, leave, sub, whatever. You could take the time out and double it or give it to somebody else. Wait a minute, is this like the box? What if there was a box, and if you push the button inside of the box, you got 100,000 channel points, but one person got perma'd forever. Would you? How many times would you push it? I would hit it 1,000,000 times. Yeah, now, when was the last time you changed your voicemail? Uh, 2013, probably. I don't want to give people the impression that I would ever open my voicemail. Like, if you leave me a voicemail, I want you to permanently be in limbo as to whether or not I received it. So I would never change it from, like, the person you are trying to reach is unavailable. Please leave a message after the beep. I'm definitely not going to make it like, you have now reached me. Leave your name and number. I'll get back to you as soon as I can, because that shit is like a lie. No, I won't. I will listen to every time I open my voicemail, I hope it's just 5 messages from another country trying to steal my identity and get me to pay them in Amazon gift cards. Every time I hear a robotic voice speaking another language and I check my voicemail, I'm like, oh, thank God. And anytime it's like another person, usually it's like, hey, we're just calling to try to remind you about, like, you have a renewal for this coming up. And then I go, okay. And then I just like walk into the business. On a Saturday or Sunday, I just walk in and I go, hey, I got a phone call that we needed to renew this. And they go, oh, okay. No problem. I checked mine and it was jury duty. What does that mean? Your voicemail said, sorry, I can't call you right now. I'm on jury duty. So at some point you were changing your voicemail like once a week? Oh, never mind. Okay. They called me to tell me I didn't show up for jury duty? That seems like their problem, not yours. Like, don't they have to send you a letter? I mean, you got to check your mail. Because if you don't check your mail, then you could, like, go to prison. It's possibly the only thing you need to check to stay out of prison. I threw out the letter. Well, like, it's a little based, but at the same time, you can't do that. I wish you could. But I bet for like a day that felt amazing. That must have felt incredible. When you were like, I'm not going to do this shit. And there's probably like a 50% chance you don't face any consequences, but those odds are not that good. All right. Am I the asshole? Well, I guess we should do it like this. /marker react court. Welcome back. Say the line. The rumors of React Court's demise are, of course, greatly exaggerated. Am I the asshole for walking out of a restaurant on my GF? But I'll tell you, I don't believe that it is a picky eater restaurant question, which is new for us and a little foreign for me as a concept to deal with. But I'll do my best regardless. This post is incredible. I love to hear that. Okay, studio mode. It makes perfect sense. GF and I were having dinner at a restaurant when she got a text from her best friend who recently gave birth. And she said, OMG, she got a C-section. She works as a nurse, so she explained it to me, the type of incision they make for that and how it leaves a scar. I then, as a joke, said, at least she'll still be tight down there. Nope, all right, you are the asshole. Instantly. Why? Why would you say that? It's ridiculous. You can't stop things from popping into your head, although I would say it's almost a little bit sus that it popped into your head to begin with. But you definitely can stop yourself from saying it. That's where you could take responsibility. Why? It's just a joke. I had another great idea for a tweet this weekend, which is every group of guys has some MFer that says, I'm in the gallows humor. That's the end of the joke. But if I had to add like alt text to an image or something like that, it would be like every group of friends has one guy whose sense of humor is basically just being weird and then thinking that that's a personality. Anyway, like it's just a very strange thing to say. Like it's inappropriate, and I know that it's like so what, but it's like, I mean, like imagine if he had said it, so he. Let me put it this way: it's almost like there's an illusion in there, like at least she'll still be tight down there, but the double entendre, the euphemism is doing no work because he's basically saying at least her pussy's not blown out. Like it's a the subtlety that you're applying to the joke is like basically like a meat tenderizer. There's no subtlety whatsoever, but you're trying to be like a little cute with it. Like, look at how clever I am. And then on top of that, she just had a baby. Like, it's just a second thing to add to the situation that makes it like super inappropriate. Thirdly, you're at dinner with your spouse. Why are you talking about her friend's vagina? Like, that's just really weird. It's you know, like all the rules of comedy are broken. A, it's not funny. B, you didn't read the room. C, it's like if something's inappropriate but hilarious, then you're like, oh, it's amplified by the inappropriateness. Like, you shouldn't say that. But if something's like this is more like Michael Scott. Like, they're in the boardroom and he's talking about stuff that is just over the line. Anyway, my GF looked confused and then said, what a weird comment to make about her friend. I said, it's a very normal joke to make, and she disagreed. TLDR, there was some back and forth. I asked her to drop it. She kept trying to talk about it. I said to her, you're so insecure. Then she goes, does it make you feel good to call me that? So then I got really frustrated, got up and walked out of the restaurant and drove home. She called me several times. I drove both of us there. Come on, man. This is too much. You didn't leave her. You didn't walk out of the restaurant on your GF. You abandoned her there. She's got to get an Uber back. That's way too far. I was so frustrated. I just wanted to get home, so I turned my phone off. She showed up at our apartment 30 minutes later, was really pissed. At our apartment? You guys live together? Every single sentence has like another treasure to uncover. And was really pissed, called me an asshole and overreacted. Then she waited in the cold for 20 minutes for an Uber. Am I the asshole for walking out on her and leaving there to be frustrated? Yeah. I mean, like, you could just, the human brain is not a perfect machine. You could just make honestly, here's how you play this off. At least, in my opinion, at least she'll still be tight down there. What a weird thing to say. You know what? You're right. I don't know why I said that. I'm sorry. Now, are you going to have a great dinner? No, it'll probably be like a little awkward, but you're the one who threw the nail bomb into the interaction to begin with. At least you'll like leave with only minor scarring. Instead, you escalated. I mean, I've been there. You say something and someone is like, why the hell would you say that? And you're like, actually, you're the idiot. You're the person that was wrong. And you just amplify it because like your pride is hurt or whatever. But I mean, to then, like, I don't know what to tell you. To make the inappropriate joke is a forgivable sin. To double down on it is embarrassing. But then to just walk out, but also you drove her there and you live together is like, I mean, what are you doing? I'm not sure it's real to begin with, but it's like, if it is real, like, this is just not, it's just not the way people behave. This is like how your enemies would behave to you, like in their head. Like I might imagine, like, oh man, maybe imagine the look on her face if I just drove home right now. But you can't actually do that because you're not like 5 years old. You're not throwing like a temper tantrum. Anyway, it's very weird. It's very much like an I think you should leave style situation where like a social faux pas is committed and then rather than walk it back, they just amplify it like over and over again. You're the asshole for the sexist comment about her friend's vagina and for your lack of understanding about basic biology. Wait, are you saying she won't still be tight down there? I've got to consult with anybody in chat, an obstetrician / gynecologist. OMG, it's me. The Great Clown Pagliacci, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. It's crazy, by the way, like if you get a C-section, let me put it this way. I'm used to the dental hygienist versus dentist continuum. where you go in for you're like, I have an appointment with my dentist, but actually 95% of the time it's the dental hygienist that's like, scraping your teeth, and then the dentist comes in and is like, x-rays look good. Do you floss? No. Here's how you floss. I know how to floss. Do you? Because you're not doing it. Okay, see you in 6 months. What blew my mind was the obstetrician gynecologist continuum, which is like you have several appointments with your obstetrician in advance of like a C-section or any birth, I guess. But then it's the person that you were talking to in the meetings that's also the person slicing up the abdomen. I guess it's like 4 days a week she's in the office, like, make sure you take prenatal vitamins. And then like every other Friday, she's like, yeah, every other Friday, she's like, I'm getting my hands dirty. Thank you.
What's about?
We're doing React Court.
I know. Any question about C-section?
You don't really want to know this one. This one, a guy's girlfriend, her friend got a C-section, and he said at least she'll still be tight down there.
Oh my God.
She just walked out.
Oh, I haven't walked out yet.
She's in the process of walking out as we speak. Well, then we're in agreement. I'd say she says he's the asshole. Right? When and where and what have these men been taught about a woman's genitals? He probably thinks pee comes out of the vagina, too. They always... I know that we go through this every time we do React Court. I bet he doesn't think pee comes out of the vagina. You're undermining your point by making him out to be like even stupider than he is. The thing that you should get from a post like this is not that this guy is dumb, is that everybody's dumb. I'm not saying this guy didn't do a very, very stupid thing that might be representative of like a character flaw. But within every single person, there is this guy about different things. Now, if you look at something like this and you say, well, I'm glad that's not me, then it will be you one day. Is because you need the self-awareness to know that inside of you there's a little social demon that's like, I'd love to fuck this up for some reason. When you're sitting here, you're drinking an iced coffee, the metal straw's clinking on the glass, you're not hungry, you're not stressed out, you slept well. My rational take for this stranger is that this is what I would have done if I were in their situation. But when you're there and you're hungry and your joke doesn't go over well and you've got simmering resentment because she picked the restaurant for brunch and then you got there and she was like, I don't really like what's on the menu. And then, compound that over 6 months and then you're like, oh, and I guess I'll never talk again because I just made a joke that you didn't like. It's like within all of us, there is this situation. We're just smart enough to avoid it, 99.99% of the time. But there's a chance it could pop out. Being aware of this demon inside of you is in my opinion, the best protection. So the idea that like, oh, this guy's so stupid, this would never happen to me. Well, I would like to think that too, but I'm not sure if that's the case. Hello, Josh, by the way. Hello. You're the asshole, a huge misogynistic gross one at that, with a predilection to baby tantrums. I hope your GF dumps you. You made a shitty comment, got called out on it, then decided you didn't want to face up to your weird comment and left. You stranded her. It's all true, I suppose. A comment, by the way, that is entirely inaccurate and not funny in the slightest. P.S. Why would she be insecure about a sexist comment you made about her friend's vagina? Okay, that's fair enough. Is anyone going to tell me where the pee comes out? It comes out of the butt, right? I hope your girlfriend dumps you because of one bad joke. It does happen. I mean, this is like it's not the joke. The thing is, like, the joke is nothing. Like, people make inappropriate jokes, hoping that they go over well, and sometimes they don't. Then you just say, oh, I'm sorry, I don't know why I said that. That was a bad joke. And then it's like uncomfortable for a minute and you try to move past it. But then doubling down on it and then abandoning her at the restaurant is like it's a little much. The joke is, what if you farted? In no world is that a normal joke. It's really weird to comment on the vagina of a woman you aren't sleeping with. For the love of all that is holy, a woman's body is not just for men's sexual pleasure. Listen, I think that he knows that. I think he's just stupid. Maybe I'm projecting a little bit, but I think if you asked him that, he would be like, "Of course not." But in the moment, he was like, I'm an entertainer." Da 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 da. Like he made one comment. Let's not make him out to be irredeemable for the comment. The comment is just something stupid that he shouldn't have said. The character flaw is refusing to apologize and then doubling down even further. Also, this is like not fair, but I'm assuming this guy's, like in his 20s or 30s or something like that. Hopefully not any older than that. I'm sorry, like I'm just thinking of like my own age. You cannot be so upset at a situation like this that you turn off your phone. It's just not I think when you're 19, when you're 21, when you're in college, you could be like, I don't want to deal with this message. I'm going to turn off my phone. When you're an adult, you got some responsibilities. The phone has to stay on. If anything, it making you uncomfortable means that that's like nature's way of telling you, let's resolve the situation. If you're uncomfortable, that's like let's put some pressure on you to fix it. You can't just like ignore your problems and I don't know, cruise down the highway. What about 40? No, I would say like I would say at like 55 you can turn off your phone again. But the thing is they don't want to hear that. Turn off my phone? I worked my whole life to turn off my phone? I don't think so. I didn't see a movie between 1991 and 2007, and now I'm supposed to turn off my phone? I'm supposed to not be looking at Yahoo News? Anyway, this friend just had major surgery. She had a 6-inch incision. Edit, they went between. Wait, wait, you can do that? Betwixt? Betwixt? Her abdominal wall and cut her uterus and 5 other layers of tissue. I think my uncle had a smaller incision for his first kidney transplant. And your first comment is, at least she's still tight down there, not ouch, I hope she's okay, or hey, we should take her dinner when she gets, oh, come on, fucking Saint Mother Teresa. You ever see the video or the reaction image that's like, I don't care that a good thing happened to you, it should have happened to me instead? Like that, I'm almost feeling like the inverse of that. Like if Kate was like, well, so the similar situation, not even close to the same level, but similar thematically. Kate's sister's family, they lost power when we had those blizzards or in the windstorms and stuff for like 3 days. They lived 3 hours away. When Kate was like, oh, they haven't had power for 3 days, I was like, oh, that must suck. Not for a second did it dawn on me that like, oh, we should like pack up our car with a bunch of food and drive across the border and go give them like some, I don't know, give them some C batteries or something so that they can use flashlights and I don't even know, give them like, borrow their phones and fully charge their phones for them or something like that. Instead, I was like, whoa, that sucks. I don't know how we would deal with that. And then the food came out and we went, this is pretty good. It's like, I'm not saying you shouldn't care about other people, but like the second you hear like, oh, someone had a C-section, you're like, stop everything. We need to immediately listen. We would have loved for that if somebody came over after Kate had her C-section and was like, here's a bunch of like home cooked food. That would have been amazing. But anybody who didn't do it, I'm not like, what an asshole. I'm like, you got your own shit going on. We made the baby. What do you expect? Isn't a C-section less painful? Well, it's like, I mean, maybe I'm part of the problem for speaking on it, but the recovery is a lot worse. Because you're getting, they're slicing through lots of layers of tissue. So you're like, it's hard to walk, and your core is all messed up, and it turns out you use your core for absolutely everything. And as with any major surgery, like you have gastrointestinal issues and stuff like that. The a regular childbirth is like tends to be substantially more like drawn out and painful in the moment. But the C-section also was like, there was no like, drive to the hospital, skirt, 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 so doctor, we need a doctor right now. It was literally like, hey, our appointment's at 11, it's 9:45, we should really get a move on. And then we just, oh man, you know what? Well, let's park here. We could drive around for another 20 minutes trying to find a closer parking spot. Let's just get out here and you can push me, you know? And then we like went in. I just remember the nurse being so mad at me because like it was mask mandate in the hospital, and I kept like adjusting my mask. I don't know what I would consider a normal amount, like once every 15 minutes. And she was like, "I'm gonna give you a new mask, just so you know. As soon as you touch your mask is useless." And I was like, "We're having a baby in like half an hour, like." I get that this is annoying you or whatever. I don't even know if that shit is true, but I know you're in charge of the situation, so anyway, that's all I remember about our appointment. Isn't it always touching you? Touching me, yeah, we're touching you. Yeah, and then they pulled the baby out of my wife's abdomen, and then the nurse was like, put a mask on that baby. Too sweet, put a mask on that baby. No, they didn't make the baby wear a mask. If we'd had the baby like 2 months earlier, they probably would have, but I forget who I was talking about it with, but I was like, some of this stuff, I'm not a COVID denier in the slightest. I've had more vaccines than, I'm trying to think, let's just put it this way. I've had more than required. But I'm still annoyed that after we had the baby, they didn't let us use the fucking communal fridge. They were like, hey, just so you know, because of COVID, you can't use the fridge in here, but you can order DoorDash. It was like, I can't bring in home cooked food and put it in the fridge, because I might have cooked up a nice batch of COVID to infect the whole ward. But I can get DoorDash to the hospital from a driver who's interacted with like 900 patrons that day and driven around in his car with the windows up, and then like just bring the bag into the restaurant. Anyway, listen, I'm just saying, okay? That's the stool sample fridge? Oh, good then, it's not just me. Well, I think we know this one is like... So this one's pretty simple. Let's put it that way. Oh, thank heavens for modern medicine that we can get healthy babies here, even if it means from a C-section. That will be your first comment? You're not invited to the damn barbecue. Hey, my wife's friend just had a C-section. Thank heavens for modern medicine that we can get healthy babies home, even if it means a C-section. That's a robot's that's like a Chat GPT-3 Android comment. Like, that's why even be part of the conversation at that point. Like the fun of a social engagement is not necessarily just whenever someone says something to you, thinking of the most socially respectable way to reply. You can have a little bit of fun with the conversation. You don't have to get naughty with it, but you just don't have to be saying like ridiculous stuff. Like, yeah, everybody's thankful for modern, well, not everybody, but most people are thankful for modern medicine. Don't need to say that. You see, if I was at a situation and someone said to me, hey, my wife's friend just had a C-section, I would say, ooh, best of luck. My wife had a C-section too. I know what the recovery's like. I wouldn't say, thank you, Carolus Linnaeus, for inventing, I don't even know the medicine involved in the process. Every day I get down on my knees and I genuflect that in 1906, Dr. Jonas Salk invented the process known as the cesarean section. Were it not for that, so many complications would have, like, you, of course, I mean, this is one of those things, this sounds maybe ungrateful, but in a social situation, you should take it for granted. Wow. Oh, these jalapeno poppers are amazing. Yeah, isn't it a wonder of modern agricultural practices that we're able to get deep fried jalapeno peppers north of the 48th parallel in January? No, it's fucking just, oh, spicy. That's like, learn to talk like a human being a little bit before you give advice about what this guy did wrong. Everybody knows he did it wrong, but you like don't get how to do it right. Or even make a joke about the movie Alien. That's what's the joke? I like okay, so there's chest bursters in Alien, or Shaw gives herself a C-section with the auto doctor in Prometheus. Hey, a C-section, that reminds me of my favorite movie, Prometheus. It's just weird. Also, you can't just say or make a joke about. Like, what's the joke? George Carlin? Why, if it's so easy to do off the cuff, why don't you do it right now instead of just saying just make a joke about it? If it's that simple. An alien joke would have had me in stitches. LOL! Or ripping out my stitches. I can't remember if laughing hurt after my C-section. I do remember getting out of bed wrong one night. That sharp pain is burned in my memory. Okay, I mean, I believe that. Holy cow. Ridley Scott should put a... I'm not going to go there. You know how like in Alien and Aliens and Alien 3 and Alien Resurrection, they had like the chest burster? And then in like Alien Covenant, they had the back burster? Ridley Scott should, in the next Alien movie that he pretends is in an Alien movie, they should make an ass burster. Like Danny McBride should be like, no, guys, no, I feel good. I feel good. I feel, ah! And then, like, okay, it's going into the vents. Oh, oh, my ass, my ass. Oh man, doesn't that happen in Dreamcatcher? Doesn't one of the guys poop out an alien into the toilet and then he like closes the lid on it and he's trying to keep it from... What a shitty movie, man. Holy cow. It's Jason Lee. Oh, man. No, the alien shits him out and he's trapped under the... He's under the seat? That's a nightmare, man. You're the asshole for the joke. You're the asshole for thinking it's normal. You're the asshole for calling... Listen, of course you're right. Yeah, you're not even not wrong. You're actually just right. I do hate that this guy is like, he deserves a lot of heat, but he's getting so much heat for like the patriarchy. And I'm like, he's just one guy. He's probably like 24 years old or something like that. This guy didn't invent, obstetrician surgical practices. He's a loser. Cut him some slack. They're like, you're the reason the husband stitch was invented. I'm like, what do you fucking mean? He was probably like negative 92 when that shit was invented. How could he be the reason? He's literally just an idiot. He's not the reason for the problems in society. If anything, the problems in society are the reason for him. Anyway. Like, he's both a victim and the perpetrator of society's ills. Am I the asshole for getting into a dispute with the daycare staff over my child's nap schedule? I don't know. We'll see. Here's in principle, the way I choose to think about my daycare situation is when they look after the kids, as long as the kids are, getting attention and safe and they're getting food and a nap, whatever the fuck the daycare does to make that happen is none of my business, quite frankly. I'm not going to be too paranoid over, oh, she prefers like almond milk to cow's milk or something like that. If you put it in a cup and she drinks it and she smiles, then that's fine with me, as long as it's not, like Pepsi or God forbid RC Cola or something. But because like I know how hard it is to look after like one kid. If you're looking after like, 6 kids or like 26 kids or like 100 kids with 5 other people or something like that, I'm sure you got to do what you got to do. It's not all about me, right? Well, anyway, let's see the post. Background info. I'm a working parent who values the importance of a consistent sleep schedule for my child. Okay, me too. But I should not get stun locked yet. If you're in charge of waking them up the same time every day, you're in charge of putting them to bed the same time every day. The nap it's a floating point, which I understand is not the data type definition of what a floating point is. But like if you want to be in charge of the exact nap time, then don't put them under another stranger's care during the day, 5 days a week. I've always been specific with daycare staff about my child's nap schedule and needs, and it's important for her health and happiness to have a consistent routine. I would agree with that within reason. My child, let's call her Emma, has been attending the same daycare for a few months now. I noticed her nap schedule is being disrupted, and I couldn't figure out why. I suspected the daycare staff were not following my instructions properly. I decided to set up a meeting with the daycare director to discuss my concerns. During the meeting, I found out the staff were not adhering to Emma's nap schedule and instead trying to make all the children nap at the same time, regardless of their individual needs. I was furious and expressed my disappointment in the staff's lack of attention to my child's needs. Yeah, you're the asshole, like for sure. You ever notice, like when you get on an airplane and there's 400 people on the airplane, there's like 3 different meals? Do you want, the meal that's emblematic of this airline's home country? Or are you a picky eater who only eats fried fish and French fries? Or are you kosher, vegetarian, halal? That's it. Like, that's all they got. Sometimes you're like, I want the vegetarian meal. They're like, here's a fruit cup, okay? Like, it's when you got 400 people, not everybody gets to be like, and can you take the peanuts out of the peanut sauce? I really like a peanut sauce, but I prefer it with like slightly less peanuts. Like you can't, when you're dealing with a lot of people, not everybody gets to have their exact way. You do things in bulk, you have a compromise. If your kid ate breakfast at like 10 a.m., and there's 90 kids who eat breakfast at 9 a.m., that's not the way that it's going to work. You're going to, like, you need a private nanny in order to get that situation to come to pass. It's like being on the bus and being like, hey, could you stop right here? No, the bus stops where it stops because everybody's got to get where they need to go. If you want to stop at a specific place, you got to get a taxi. Now the daycare staff are mad at me and the director thinks I'm overreacting. I feel that my child's well-being and development are being compromised and I'm not being heard. Now the daycare staff are expecting an apology. Did I go too far here? Yeah. I mean, there's nothing more to say, honestly. Hey, your neighbor's cat. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I mean, I feel like there's just some idiocy here, and like I don't want to say narcissism, but let's call it self-centeredness. I understand the idea that like, you probably had your kid at home for a year and you're like, okay, they wake up at 7:30, they eat lunch at 11:45, they take their nap at 12:30, I wake them up at 1:30 cuz like you got that shit on lock. But now like you got to recognize that you have to slowly release control. You just ignoring the fact that I think it's unreasonable to ask for this level of individual care. Like it is reasonable to be like, my child is allergic to dairy. So if you're cooking a meal with dairy, then can you just make them like a peanut butter sandwich instead? That seems very reasonable to me. But like everybody getting their own specific nap time is ridiculous. Also, like if there's like 5 kids at the daycare, how is one kid supposed to go down for their nap and then like 4 kids are going ape shit? And then like that one kid is going to wake up and then 4 kids are going to be napping? Also sucks for the daycare. that you got like this rolling nap schedule. Like I'm sure that it's great for the I get that you're paying them, don't get me wrong, but like to have your like the kids that you're looking after all go to sleep so you can have like half an hour to an hour to eat lunch and probably like clean up a little bit. That's probably very helpful to have in the middle of the day, assuming you want a clean daycare and like a daycare provider who's not strung to the, well, I guess just too high strung. Like it's just crazy. You could everybody's got to compromise and go together here. It's just too much, man. You're the asshole. Surely you were given information about the nap schedule. They do one nap for all, and families have to just accept. And here's the other thing: it doesn't matter. Like, why does it matter? As long as your kid, and I'm not trying to parent explain, but like, we have days where like she goes down for a nap. It's just because the baby works around our schedule, essentially. Like we work a little bit. It's not like we're gonna stay out till 2 a.m. or something like that. But like if we got something that has to be done from 12 to 2 and she can't nap, well then she's taking her nap at 2:30. And if she takes her nap at 4 to 5 instead of 1 to 2, maybe she'll be a little cranky later that day, but she goes to bed at the same time and you wake them up at the same time. Like it's okay, it's life. I'm not going to hit the same beats absolutely every single day. That's just crazy. I mean, I don't understand. It just seems, and also, you should be, like, obviously concerned about your child's well being, but you should also, like, trust your daycare provider. Like, I'm sure there's shit that's happened at the daycare that, like, if I was there, I probably would have been horrified. I'm sure some kids have tripped on a rug and smashed their head on the floor, or, you know, accidentally tried to, like, eat a piece of Lego or something like that, and the daycare provider smacked it out of their hand at the last minute. What I don't know doesn't hurt me. I don't want to hear about all the near-death experiences that happened at the daycare. How did she eat today? She ate well. How was her poop? Her poop was good. Okay, see you tomorrow. Thank you so much for your service, right? Like, you don't need to worry about it so much. Let them handle it. That's their job. And then, like, you'll be okay. You're the asshole. If you have a very strict nap schedule, then hire a nanny who will follow it. But, like, the other thing, I guess, is, like, why is your nap schedule so strict? And you can't say kids need a strict nap schedule because, like, I got one and she, like, doesn't. She's okay. How much could it even be off by? Like an hour, 2 hours? It's just weird. I can't imagine caring so much. Like, let your kid just be like a little kid. I can't believe this is real. Why? Okay, yep. Fair enough. You're the asshole. Your child is going to be on the same schedule as everyone else at the daycare. Okay, does anybody have anything insane, though? Any insanity? Apparently not. You're the asshole. You're the asshole. Info. How far off the schedule is it? You know how long a day is. How far off the schedule could it be? His daycare might be open like 8 to 4. You think they're doing the nap at 3:30 or like 8:30? Come on, like use your brain. You're the asshole. I'm about to die laughing. Yeah, honestly, like your daycare probably hates you. No disrespect. You should just know that. With no emotion attached to it, they're probably like this asshole again. Here we go. Am I the asshole for not driving my wife to our son's wedding since I'm not invited? You know what I realized? There's two kinds of guys with a lot of overlap in the middle. There's house guys and car guys. There's my house, my rules. But then there's also, like, if I'm not happy with you, I'm going to use my car as a point of leverage to extract revenge. The guy who drove home from the restaurant without his girlfriend, hey, you can't offend me because I'm your ride. How would you like it if I abandon you here? Never in my life have I had a disagreement with someone, and I was like, well, I'm going to leave you here in an unsafe situation because you hurt my feelings. How do you feel about that? I have? Oh, well, fair enough. But I think my family is just kind of like normal. Anyway, I haven't even read the post yet. I've already formed my verdict. I haven't even read the post. My son had his wedding days ago. We had some past issues that affected our relationship. No, we're not on speaking terms after he decided to sell his grandmother's home, my wife's mother, instead of keeping it. I can tell you're old because you think that a house has sentimental value instead of market value. I'm sorry to do this. I know, and I'm not saying that there is no nostalgia. I will probably have nostalgia for this house because we're raising our child in it. But at the same time, like, I don't think that it makes your son a bad guy to sell his wife's mom's house. Like, how did he get possession of the house to begin with? He got it in a will, I'm assuming. He inherited it. Why does he have to keep the house forever? It's not even your house. It's not even your wife's house. It's your wife's mom's house. It's not even her house. It's his house. It's not even his house because he sold it. So who cares? He sent his mom an invitation but didn't include me. I was fine with that because I have no emotions whatsoever. I didn't try to fight back or anything. I had no interest in going to my son's wedding. But however, I refused to drive my wife to the wedding. She's disabled and cannot drive, and we live 3 hours away. I said that since I'm not invited to the wedding, nor am I taking part in it, then I shouldn't have to drive there. My wife told me I was being unreasonable and that I was punishing her for our son's decision, but I told her it was on her to make travel arrangements since she's an adult. Or he could have provided proper means of transportation for her and not assume I'd go there when I'm not welcome. We had an argument and she ended up being taken there by my brother. She refused to speak to me upon her return, and my brother said I was in the wrong for letting her fend for herself when me and my car were available. Yeah, you're just crazy. You're just an insane person. What are you, in like your 60s? First off, you know this post is fake because a 60-year-old man turning down a 3-hour drive, it's like their favorite thing to do. I refuse to believe that this is a real person. I mean, I think when I was younger, I would have been like, I don't really want to do a 3-hour drive. Now, if it's like a Saturday or Sunday, I'm like, even if I would rather drive and maybe not even go to the wedding, honestly. I'll just drive. I'll listen to a couple of podcasts. It's just nice to keep your mind occupied. I'll park the car. You guys go in for a few hours. I'll take a nap. And then you come out. I'll drive you home. Men do be driving. I think it's also like a little crazy that, assuming that this is real, why don't you care that, like, I'm reading between the lines, which is not fair, okay? Because I get mad at people for doing the same thing. But when you're like you're an old man, like, no disrespect, and you said we had some past issues that affected our relationship, you need to go into further detail about those. Were you like a horrible father when he was 0 to 18 and then you like tried to get back into his life and he was like, no thanks? Or did he fall under the specter of drug addiction and like hawk your refrigerator and stuff like that, and it strained your relationship, and like you've refused to apologize and or he's refused to apologize and so on and so forth? You know what I mean? Like what happened? Because my assumption, based on the pettiness of the boomer making the post, is that like they just had some conflict, but the dad. I mean, maybe again, this is not projecting. This is what I would like to think that I would do in that situation. Is you, as the dad, just go, yeah, my kid like owns me. I apologize for whatever. Like, I'm not gonna let myself be taken advantage of to like a huge degree, but simultaneously it's like, if you want to have a relationship with your kid, you gotta meet them on their terms. I mean, the parents kind of get the raw end of the deal to begin with. I give my daughter like 1,000 times more attention than I give my parents. And if she chooses to have kids, she'll give her children 1,000 times the attention that she gives me. It's like it shit rolls like downstream instead of upstream. Anyway, I just don't understand. It just doesn't seem. I mean, like your son's already mad at you. Why fuck it up with your wife as well? It's there's like there's parent splaining here, but there's also like husband splaining, which is like, why don't you just like do a nice thing for your wife? Like your family's already fucked up. Now you just made it worse. Way to go, idiot. And I'm supposed to believe that like you're not the problem in this situation when you're annoying everyone else around you. Certainly seems like the common element is, you're emotional. Also, don't even understand why you would put it in the post that he decided to sell his grandmother's home instead of keeping it. Like what? Like that's a whole different post in and of itself for like, r/personal finance or something like that. Do you think people are automatically going to be, he sold a house? Holy cow. I've never heard of that happening before. Every house that's ever been sold has belonged to somebody. And many of those somebodies were somebody's mother. I know, it's hard to imagine, but your mother. I don't even need to read the comments. Obviously, he's the asshole. Like, this is not even up for debate. I have so many questions. If it was your wife's mother and not yours, why are you so upset about your son selling the house? What did you do? Is there something you're not telling us? What did you do to upset your son? Or is he so petty he didn't invite you because you said, I think I shouldn't sell the house? Okay, we have great minds think alike. You're the asshole, she's right. Yeah, I know. This puts you in bad husband category. Understatement of the year. Info, when did you tell her you weren't taking her to the wedding? If you usually are her sole mode of transportation and she had no reason to expect you wouldn't take her to the wedding, you would be the asshole. I mean, I honestly think you would still be the asshole if you told her like 2 weeks in advance. If you're like, hey, just so you know, I'm not driving you to our son's wedding because I'm mad he didn't invite me. Okay, like, be mad and do the shit you're supposed to do anyway. Like, welcome to society. I get that it's not that easy, but you can, like, be mad and do shit anyway. At least when you recognize it's the right thing to do, you don't have to be like, I'm mad at someone else's fault. Usually it's your own fault. You're the asshole. Why would you make your wife suffer to punish your son? Or is it he doesn't want to suffer through a 6-hour drive and needing to hang out by himself at random places? Listen, I'm telling you, that's idyllic. You know what I would give on some of these road trips to drive for 3 hours and then have like 6 hours off the clock? That's a lunch I can eat by myself at a restaurant of my choosing, and an early dinner I can eat by myself at a restaurant of my choosing, and then on the way back, I can listen to the radio. This sounds like a nice day. And then maybe because you had an early dinner, when you get back home, you might even be able to get like a midnight snack or something like that. It sounds kind of nice, honestly. You know what sounds exhausting is driving 3 hours, sitting through like an hour-long marriage ceremony, and then going to the reception and having to make conversation with like a bunch of people that apparently don't really like you that much to begin with. And then, you're doing the dancing and, it's an open bar, but you can't drink because you got a long drive after that. That sounds annoying. You could catch my ass eating at like 2 chain restaurants that don't exist in my local area code. I'll be getting Mod Pizza for lunch. I'll be following that up with Shake Shack for dinner. Oh, it's a cheat day. +2, +2. It's just weird. Not the asshole. I won't speak for the mess that is your family life, but you never have to drive 6 hours to an event you were specifically told not to come to. It's not 6 hours to the event. Let's be honest. It's 3 hours to the event and 3 hours back. Because if it was 6 hours to, then it would be 12 hours total. So don't use these little shortcuts of language. Don't try to Mobius strip some language in here. Try to trick my animal brain, okay? Bro, driving is actually like, I know some people hate it. There's times when I don't really like it. But like, it's kind of like a video game. Like, I don't know if anyone's ever thought of this, but every time I drive, I'm like, whoa, this is like almost exactly like Euro Truck Simulator. Except you never get that temptation to just like go Trevor mode. Because it's like actually your body on the line. Whereas in Euro Truck Sim, you're like, this is taking fucking forever. Zoom. I'd rather drive than be a passenger any day of the week. Absolutely. I don't know how to. I'm not saying it's right. I'm just saying that's where I'm at. That was only top today. I wasn't even looking at top this week. Am I the asshole for not giving my daughter her education fund money? Oh no, this is such a fake post. I'm sorry, it's not real. This is, first off, it's longer than the average college assignment. It's about how his daughter went into the liberal arts instead of STEM. Okay, well, like, if this is real, the money you put into the education fund is not for you to choose what to do with your education. If you want to do that, you could just pay to go to school right now, idiot. It's money for somebody else. You don't get to choose what major they take, just that it's used on education to begin with. Am I the asshole for telling her to get over herself? I got a dog 2 years ago, Corgi, and she is very much so, my sidekick. I've been with my fiance for 5 years. My fiance does like the dog, but she's currently pregnant and experiencing massive migraines. This has been snapping at everything. So every morning when I get up, I find my fiance already awakened at the table relaxing. As soon as I get out of bed, my dog goes nuts. It's like super energy where she's running sideways, barking up a storm, jumping from the bed to the floor a million times, causing the apartment to shake because it's old as fuck. You gotta move, man! When the dog jumps from the floor to the bed, the whole house shakes. This is a real problem. You living on stilts? You out in the Outer Banks? That's a corgi, man. Anyway, I will sit there and sing made-up songs to her and just fuck around with her. It's pretty noisy and I can be loud. It's just my way of interacting with my pet. I also have ADHD, so I'm fully aware I can be ridiculously loud, and sometimes I forget to tone it down. My fiance has complained about it a few times, and I will absolutely try to tone it down for a while, but as fucked up as it sounds, the second she stops complaining, it's out of sight, out of mind. I start doing it again. I catch myself. I apologize immediately, but sometimes I don't even catch myself doing it. It's so good. Oh. So she has been getting up earlier than normal because she says she needs peace and quiet away from you and the dog because she can't hear herself think when we get up. And then she starts getting migraines and being overall pissed off. But now she is complaining because I can sense her not in the bed anymore, probably after 20 minutes of her being gone and her warmth no longer there. Then I'm wide awake and the dog senses it. And so she's now getting pissed because she thinks I'm purposely not letting her have space and purposely annoying her with my behaviors. I'm not truly, but it seems like it, I guess. I've tried just laying in bed for a while so she can relax, but I get stir crazy. And I also don't feel like I should have to stay in bed so she can be alone when I live there too. Okay, why don't you like wake up and take the dog out for like a little bit? I don't understand the problem. Yeah, but no. But yeah, but yeah, but yeah. Yeah, but yeah. but she flipped this morning. I felt her sneaking out of, what a bitch, sneaking out of bed this morning at 5 a.m. Who does she think she is, waking up early at her own discretion to get some alone time? Taking her warmth that I need subconsciously in order to be able to sleep, and I can't just wake up and look at my phone for a little bit because I go stir crazy. I immediately need to wake up and start singing made up songs to my dog. I watched her sit at the table with her book. Well, the dog saw me awake and immediately goes ballistic, jumping on the bed, whining, barking. She comes in and says, "Will you guys calm down so I can have time to myself for once?" I just side-eyed her because I'm getting pissed at this point with her demands. She says, "Well," I tell her to get over herself. And just because she's pregnant doesn't mean I have to change who I am or oh, no. Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, he actually believes that. Oh, no. Oh, sorry. Or change how the household works. Of course it's gonna change how the household works, you fucking idiot. Are you crazy? I mean, like, you're gonna be introducing a baby into this situation. I'm not saying it has to change in this specific way, but that's madness. Has anybody in history ever said, yeah, we're having a baby, but that's not gonna change anything? Obviously it's gonna change something. You're living with a fucking baby. Are you crazy? It's like the most wrong thing you could say there. Like, it's just factually nonsensical. She immediately left after telling me to go fuck myself and won't answer my calls. She's been gone for 6 hours. Am I the asshole? Yeah, but like... I mean, like, you gotta give her some alone time. It's not even like... It's so easy, I guess, to just be like, she's carrying your child. She's got a hormonal cocktail that's like a roulette table every damn day. Some days it's like she's never loved you more. Some days she's like, get out of my face. The smell of you makes me want to throw up. Okay. So she's going through a lot, but also there's like just a level of like human, I don't want to say decency, but maybe this is the right word. It's like, assuming this post is real, which I hate to say that I actually believe that it is, she's doing everything that she can do to get some alone time. You got to get the fuck out of the house, like, a little bit. Even if you don't want to, like, you got to, because there's no other option. She's going to go crazy. Like, okay, how about 5 a.m. is a little early, okay? I'll admit. But maybe she's waking up at 5 a.m. because she wants some alone time. Maybe she could get up at 6 a.m. You could get up with her and you could take the dog for a walk. That sounds nice. A nice brisk morning walk with your best friend. You probably don't want to be outside for like 2 hours. I'm sure you got other stuff going on at the same time. But like, at least give her like a little bit of time. Just in general, you shouldn't have, until you have the kid, you shouldn't be waking up at 5 a.m. to have some solo time. Like, that's, to have gone to that measure to begin with is crazy. The fact that she did that rather than tell you to fuck off earlier, like, makes her a bit of a saint, honestly. It's just, I don't know, I just don't understand. I don't want to say, like, why do you hate your fiance so much? But it's just like, I don't know. I just, like, can you do anything? It's like you've literally tried nothing. Like, you're like, okay, I know you could say I could just, like, lay in bed for an hour and that would be relaxing, but I get bored. Okay, so fucking, like, be bored. Look at your phone or something. I don't know. Or like train yourself to go back to sleep. It might take you a couple of days, but do it. Like, it's like, I know, hey, my fiance is telling me like she's gonna leave me if I don't make any effort to change my behavior, but it's tricky. It's like, I can understand why like she's extremely upset. I just hate when any post is like, the post is like, am I the asshole for being hungry? And then the top comment is like, info. Why won't you eat? And then the post is like, I don't feel like it. you know? Oh, you think I haven't thought of that? I'll have you know, I have food in the house, but none of it is really exactly what I want right now. Like that's, I know you're saying, why can't I just sleep a little longer? I get a little stir crazy. Like I know this is the most annoying thing to hear, but like, can't you just close your eyes? Like ask it right now. It's what? It's 10:07 a.m. If you said close your eyes for an hour and lay down, my ass would be like, no, officer, are you crazy? But at 5 a.m., if I woke up a little bit and then someone was like, close your eyes for an hour, I'd be like, see you in an hour. See you in 59 minutes. That's the easiest time to go back to sleep. It's right when you're supposed to be waking up. But I still think you should just wake up at 6 a.m. and take the dog for a walk. Also, like, no disrespect, but you guys are like fucked. Adding a baby into this dynamic. You got to fix this shit like ASAP. Because the first 3 months of having that baby, you were going to go ape shit. Like, because it's everything you've got now, but on like ultra hard permadeath mode. It's not like that hard to raise a baby, I think. It's just like, it's constant work, but it's not like at any point they're like, quick, answer like a skill testing question. You know, you just got to be like on it and accept that you're going to be tired for a while. But like, you're already fucked and you haven't even hit start game yet. Like, try this situation, but also she's recovering from the pregnancy and she's nursing up to 12 times per day, including like 4 to 5 times overnight. Let's see how much you miss her warmth when her ass is breastfeeding at 11:30, 1, 1:40, 4, 5:20, 5:37, 6:10, 7 and 7:03, and then the baby's waking up. Let's see how you see how you feel about it then. And you're in bed like, oh, I had a really rough night. I can't really sleep that well when you're breastfeeding our baby. What do you like? You got to do something. You got to handle the dog at the very least. You're the asshole. This mindset is how women get branded as nags. What? I don't know. What does it have to do with anything? He's literally just a guy. I mean, I went off on him, but he's just a guy. He didn't call his wife a nag. He just told her to get over herself. Which is probably like in the same ballpark. OP sounds like the most annoying asshole in existence. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably true. You think this morning routine is going to be helpful once the baby's born? You're loud every single morning and not caring about the physical distress of a person growing a new human in her body. A new human that I'll assume is also... Why would you write it like that? You fucking dick. That I assume is also yours. But you seem like a bad guy, so she probably cheated on you and let the other guy finish inside of her. You don't know anything about their situation. Like, you're just... That's just rude at this point, okay? Like, I get the little devil on your shoulder wants to get the own in there, but it says more about you than it does about OP in this situation. That's where your head jumps to. You're the asshole. Your noise is literally causing your fiance. Okay, but you're the asshole because you put the accent aigu on fiance. That makes, unless you're from Quebec or France, that makes you the asshole in this situation. I'm sorry. Yeah, also, it's supposed to have a second E. You lost your E. Where's your E with an accent circumflex? Anyway, get up and take your dog outside to play. Also, train your dog before the baby is born. It's all true. Why am I so mad that I'm agreeing with Reddit? I don't know. Nobody's even addressed how incredibly rude this is to not only the GF, but also his neighbors. Well, listen. They knew what they signed up for when they moved into an apartment where a single dog jumping up and down causes the whole building to shake. Anyway, I think we all agree that this guy is in the wrong here and also is trying nothing but is all out of ideas. You're in for, if this is real, you're in for a rude awakening. I'm telling you, man. Because it's going to get a lot harder. Dude, you should start running Am I the Assholes through Chat GPT-3. I'm the asshole for criticizing how my girlfriend takes job interviews. She basically interviews them, and I feel like she isn't taking it seriously. By the way, I don't want to get too much into the hockey stuff this weekend. Canucks fired their coach in like the rudest way possible, but then also they hired a new coach and two assistant coaches. When they were doing the press conference, they said assistant coach B is always just a Zoom or a phone call away. This motherfucker's living out of the... He's in like a different time zone. He's our assistant coach. My man's working from home right now. I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know you could have like your defensive coach is going to be on like Microsoft Teams or something like that. We're screwed, dude. We're toast. Oh, he's a defensive coordinator. Okay, and then normally people would be like, "Why do we care about the defensive coordinator?" Oh, because it's Sergei Gonchar. He was a really good defenseman, and the team's getting a lot of bad press right now. Our defense is horrible. Let's hire someone to do a role who used to be a very good defenseman themselves. That should solve it. Does he live here? No, no big deal. Anyway, he's coaching the metaverse right now. My girlfriend is at a job she can't do remotely, and we're planning to move to another state together, so she's job hunting right now. Her first job interview, she had a call with a top company whose recruiter had messaged her on LinkedIn. I was expecting her to treat it normally, but she spent an hour grilling the company on its engineering practices, then withdrew her application. In the next few calls with companies she had, she basically grilled them all and decided against moving forward with 4 of the 6. This is good, right? I've never had to interview for like a serious job. Just jobs where basically they ask you insane questions and then they're like, okay, here's, like a keyboard and a broom. If you have actual qualifications, you're supposed to be choosy, right? You're not just supposed to take whatever the first job that shows interest in you is. You're supposed to ask questions, make sure, you're being fairly compensated, your job description is appropriate, maybe you're aligned with the company vision, what's the corporate culture like? Do you guys give like stock compensation, or is it more the kind of thing like after a good quarter, everybody gets a water bottle or something like that? I told her around then, I feel like she's making a mistake being so picky. She's going to ruin her reputation in the industry if she's going around taking interviews and cutting off the process entirely. She said she wasn't making any enemies. Hell, the company she dropped had been emailing and calling constantly, wanting to bring her in for another interview and asking her to reconsider. If anything, she was a hotter commodity. I felt like she was probably hurting her reputation long term, even if her little power play was working. I don't think it's a real post. I'm sorry to say I don't think it's a real post. Just something about power play that got me. It triggered my fake post radar. She said it wasn't a power play. It was professional. She didn't want to waste anyone's time, but the next interview I overheard started a big argument. One of her final 2 companies had her taking a Zoom interview, and she was laughing it up with an interviewer, and he was telling her this story about how he and the coworkers fell off a barge into the river working on a project, and she was just like, wait, they had y'all doing that, not tied off to anything? Look, as funny as that is, that's honestly kind of fucked up. They put you all in danger like that. I'm going to have to withdraw my application. She got off the phone and said, damn, people really tell on themselves if you just listen and smile. Did you hear that shit? Why does she got such a potty mouth? She's so crass with her swear words. I got nothing against her. She can say whatever she wants. It's just like, you just chill out a little bit. She's just talking like a sailor, man. I could fix her. And I said I thought she ended it a little prematurely. Like, didn't even ask if they changed anything, just ended the call. I said it felt like she was trying to delay getting a new job. Was she getting cold feet? She said, no, this is how people at her level interview. She was serious about the interview process. She wasn't interested in walking into a shit show. I said that was BS. She was sabotaging herself on purpose, basically haranguing the companies who wanted to hire her on the phone. And she was like, why do they keep coming back for more then? Like, I'm critical, but I'm not wrong and they know it. We had this big fight where she insisted that anyone who was at her level of career interviewed by interviewing companies to see whether they were worth her time just as much as the other way around. And I said, that's BS. She got mad that I was telling her about her own career and said she knew better. Am I the asshole for arguing with my girlfriend about her interviews? She says she's interviewed. Yeah, I think. Why are you like? I don't understand. We don't even need to go in the comments because they're gonna be hanging you out to dry, man. But like, I don't. I mean, it just seems kind of like boring. It just. I don't see. I don't think that she did anything wrong. Assuming this is actually real. I'm not gonna do another child-free wedding post, okay? Because they're all the same, but this one got me good. I, 22F, am getting married soon. Since my fiance and I are child-free, we plan to have alcohol at our wedding. We decided to have a child-free wedding with the age cutoff at 21. As you all know, if you have children at a wedding, it's not possible to serve alcohol. Also, like, get over yourself. You're 22. Child-free wedding? You're the child. Look in the mirror. My ass 18 trying to go to the wedding, but I can't go. No! Am I the asshole for calling my brother and sister-in-law rude guests for removing the decorative pillows my wife put in the guest room? Can't be a real post. No husband would be upset at removing decorative pillows from the bed. That's like one of the first things you do when you are staying in a guest room. You take off all the pillows that they put on there to make the bed look nicer. I don't know, and I don't know why we're buying them. There's too many pillows. When I stay at my parents' place, it's crazy. I'm a one pillow guy. And if you're two, no problem. Okay? I think that's well within the spectrum of normalcy. My parents' house, they do like a body pillow, but it's like horizontal over near the headboard. And then they stack two pillows on top of each side of the body pillow. So now already I'd be sleeping with my neck at like a 170-degree angle or something. And then they throw like some Home Sense like decorative pillows in front of those pillows, and then the cylindrical pillow that's like it goes, I think, on your lumbar or something like that. It's just too much. So the first thing you do is you strip the body pillow, you throw it on the floor because there's no place for it because all the chairs have pillows on them too. And then you take two of the pillows and you throw them so you got one pillow on each side. And then you throw the cylinder, you roll it under the bed or something like that. It's just too much. Five pillows minimum? You're crazy, man. I'm a one pillow guy. It seems perfect. I mean, I only have one head. Two is for sitting up. Well, this is what we got chairs for. We got chairs, sofas, bar stools, beds, toilets. Like, there's too much shit to sit on. 4 pillows, Jeremy. I'll say it every time. Is 0 pillows psycho mode? Well, it's a little crazy, but like my kid doesn't sleep with a pillow. We have it in the crib, but she's just laying flat. Have you ever slept in 0G? What the hell are you asking me if I've ever been to outer space for like a long enough to actually sleep? What kind of question is that? It's crazy. Have I ever slept on the Superman Man of Steel roller coaster? In a 0G position? What does that mean? What does that mean? 0G position? Just answer the question? I don't know what it means. One pillow's the same vibe as no mattress cover? I assure you is not. I mean, no mattress cover is degenerate. college style, like mattress on the floor, no mattress cover. That shit is disgusting. Now, I did it for like 3 years, but that's gross. There's not like one pillow is not like, oh, I'm too lazy to get more pillows. I'm like, this shit is like the height of comfort for me. Three pillows, side sleeper. One for my head, one to put between my knees, and one to hold on to. Listen, that's you do you, okay? I guess I'm more of a low maintenance sleeper than I thought. If I have one, and I'll tell you another thing, this will blow your mind. We also just run one duvet. We got like, so is box spring, the bed frame, mattress, top sheet on the mattress, like a fitted sheet, duvet with the duvet cover on top of it. One pillow for me, one pillow for Kate. That's it. It's nice. No sheet? Okay, you got to be careful. When you say no sheets, that's like a stripped mattress. We have no sheet in the sense that we don't have like one thin little blanket that you get under, and then you go, oh, that's not nearly enough warmth. And then you put the duvet on top, and you go, oh, that's too warm. And then you just sort of like leave one toe outside. Ooh, but I can't. What if a monster eats my foot? Pull it back in. Just one duvet. We're low maintenance. Living that Marie Kondo life. I think the sheet is probably the most overrated of all the blankets, in my opinion. The duvet is a must-have. Nothing triggers my anxiety like the default iPhone ringtone. I feel like I'm in a movie commercial or a movie trailer. Like I'm about to watch Aaron Eckhart answer a Bluetooth headset while he's driving. Dum 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 dum. Anyway, yeah, am I the asshole for calling my brother and sister-in-law rude guests for removing the decorative pillows my wife put in the guest room? Right here. My brother and sister-in-law moved in temporarily. They're staying in the guest room, as is appropriate. So far, we've been on the same page concerning all things except the decorative pillows. Let me stop you right there. Then you're on the same page with respect to everything. Assuming that you're going to agree with everybody on absolutely everything is a fool's gamble. What you do is you have a copacetic living arrangement. When they go home, they're going to be like, and oh my God, all these fucking pillows. What were they thinking with all those pillows? And then when they go home, you're going to be like, and I can't believe, like, it was a little much for them to just throw those nice pillows on the ground, right? Like, when you're together, it's 99.999% copacetic. And then when you leave, you talk a little bit of smack about that one thing. And then that's the release valve that then allows you to get together and have fun later. In my opinion, at least. My wife loves adding decorative pillows on beds, and she did the same in the guest bedroom. She did it to make the room look better, and also it's her preference. She came to me complaining about seeing the decorative pillows in the guest room being put on the floor and not being put on the bed during the day. I'm sorry, I'm not reading this. It's just not worth it. It's not worth the time, quite frankly. Too boring, probably made up. Nobody cares. If my diagnosis is you have to get a life. Who cares? You care more about your pillows than you do about another human being that's a part of your family. Now this one was specifically requested. I think there's a lot of meat on this one. I like it. Am I the asshole for not making extra pancakes for my niece? I woke up at 5 a.m. craving pancakes while on vacation with my in laws, so I decided to quickly make myself and my son some since we were the only ones awake besides my husband who doesn't eat pancakes. I do want to say there's a little sub, you are the asshole here. I don't know what time your in laws wake up. If we had people over and they were sleeping in our guest room and they started clanging around stainless steel bowls at 5 a.m., I wouldn't kick them out, but I would be like, you couldn't. There's like, when you have kids, I feel like 6:30 is like a reasonable time to be like, morning. 5 is still way before the realm of like being able to make noise. 5 is wake up, look at your phone if you can't go back to sleep. You can't be up at 5 a.m. clanging around with like a whisk in a bowl and then making good smells and stuff like that. So, I mean, 6:30 is early, don't get me wrong, but like sometimes if you got little kids and they're up, what are you going to do? You get like talking to your 18-month-old, go back to sleep. Go get the fuck back to, excuse me, stop crying. It's rude. It's rude to cry. Like you can't, there's nothing you could really do at some point. So I think if you like if we invited someone over and they stayed overnight and they had like a 2-year-old, their 2-year-old got up at 6, I would be like, what are you gonna do? But I would definitely lock my door because I don't want them getting their hands stuck in the flywheel of the Peloton on my 45-minute Sam Yo classic rock ride. Zing! It'd be like a scene from Wild Wild West. Because I don't want to have to pause. Because if you pause, they delegitimize your leaderboard position. They still have your output stats and stuff like that, but instead of ranking you on the leaderboard, they give you a little dash. Because they're like, I know you had to pause. You could have been pausing to go get some glycogen or something like that. It wouldn't be fair to the other people on the leaderboard. Anyway, so I'm just saying it's a little early. 5 a.m. cooking is a little early at someone else's house. You can do whatever you want in your own house, okay? My sister-in-law's daughter, that is your niece, yes, came downstairs just as my son. I just don't know why you wouldn't say niece there, because she is your niece. It doesn't matter whether she's your sister-in-law or your sister, but regardless. She came downstairs just as my son was finishing up and started crying because there were no more pancakes for her. I did try to comfort her, but I have really bad morning sickness after I eat and was starting to feel sick, so I had to take her to her parents who were still sleeping. Long story short, my sister-in-law was upset I only made pancakes for myself and my son when there were others in the house who needed to eat breakfast. She said I was selfish and I should have known my niece would have wanted some too, so I could have made extra just in case. Am I the asshole? So originally, when I looked at this, I said, of course they're the asshole. You don't really make pancakes for two. That's one of those things. It's like you make like a big bowl of the batter, and then you just cook them until there's no batter left. So I thought this was like cut and dry. They're the asshole. But then someone on the subreddit made a good point, which is like they're cooking this breakfast at 5 a.m. How do they know that a kid's gonna wake up at 5:45 or 6 or 8 or 11? So like you can't just pre-make the pancakes and then throw them in the microwave. They're going to be horrible, That's not what you want when you're craving pancakes. What they should have done for sure is you make the batter and make a lot extra, depending on how many people are there. You cover it with plastic wrap. You put the batter in the fridge, and then you do when the next group of people wake up, you put the pancake batter onto the griddle and you make them some fresh pancakes. That's the way it should have gone down. I don't think it makes them an asshole for only making pancakes for themselves and their child at 5 a.m. If it was 9 a.m. and like everybody was awake and they said, no, I'm just making pancakes for me and my child, like that's extreme asshole. For sure. But also, I forgot about the contingency of they're pregnant and maybe just had like a pregnancy craving. Doesn't mean you're not the asshole, but you get a little lighter in the sentencing a little bit. Regardless, I don't think they're a bad person. I think it was maybe a little thoughtless, but if there was ever a time to prioritize your own interests over someone else's, it's probably when you're pregnant. She could have kept the batter in the fridge, though. That's what I would say. How old was the niece? Dude, what if it's the mom from Jay Willie's who starts crying when she gets sourdough bread instead of a hamburger bun? It's really hard right now because you wake up and you smell the pancakes and you hear that delicious sizzle, and then when you come down, there's no pancakes. She did wake the parents up for, well, you say for no reason. I don't know. Like again, maybe this is too far. People may not agree, but I feel like if your kid wakes up when you're still asleep and then causes a scene, that's your responsibility. I'm not saying there's not something that the OP could have done to placate the situation, but like if your kid is starting to cry, then that's your responsibility. That's your alarm clock. I don't think you get to play the like, oh, I was sleeping card. It would have been nice if, like, imagine if my kid woke up an hour before me, and then I like went into their room and they like weren't in there. I'd be like, oh shit! And then I went downstairs and she was eating some fresh pancakes that my sister-in-law cooked for her. I'd be like, whoa, thank you for the solid. That's incredible. But if I heard my kid crying, and then like she woke me up and I was like, you asshole, I was still asleep, I'd be like, well, that's can't really be like that as your kid. When your kid wakes up, you're at least at a certain age, you're waking up. That's the way of the world. You're the asshole. My question is, how did you manage to only make pancakes for two people? Whenever I make them, I can easily feed six kids. Edit. Forgot a verdict. Okay, I mean, again, this is, I think that's a reasonable take, but simultaneously, I do need to say that it's a timing based thing. If this happened at 8 a.m., I think it's a different verdict than if it happened at 5 a.m. Not the asshole. I'm shocked another mother got upset at a pregnant mom who got up, made pancakes for her and those that were awake at the time, and then got too sick with morning sickness to make. Thank you! I think that's where I've come down. I'm not the asshole, and not even everybody sucks here. I think this is almost like a nobody sucks here. In this situation, one would make a large. I love this. This is a bicentennial man giving his verdict. In this situation, one would make a large batch of batter, knowing others will want some as they get up. I can't imagine not doing this. I don't know if I'm just a little weird, but like, if I went to, maybe I have no self-esteem. If I went to my in-laws' place and they cooked waffles for everybody else and they said, oh, Ryan, sorry, we're out of waffle batter. Here's a granola bar. I'd be like, fucking sick, granola bar. Thank you so much. There's other alternatives. I could have been starving. You could have let me starve to death or something. I'm definitely not the kind of person where, like, if someone is, if like one person is like, can I have a waffle? Then all of a sudden I'm like, well, if my niece gets a waffle, then I'm getting a waffle too. You're not a little kid. True. You got me with that one. So you hate pancakes then? That's a whole new sentence. Like I'm very much not a believer in the did you bring enough for the rest of the class? That's fucking crazy. Anytime I'm hungry, if I want to eat, I have to bring 30 snacks. If you want me to bring enough for the rest of the class, they should make the classes like 6 times smaller. That's crazy. How about you don't even worry about what other people are eating. You eat when you want to eat, and then when other people are eating, you don't feel like you're entitled to have exactly the same food as them. This shit is just weird. One person in class is eating an Oreo. Why are we normalizing the idea that you should be able to have the food that everybody else, that one other person is having? Maybe one person in class is, didn't eat breakfast or something like that. They got to eat a Nature Valley granola bar. They shouldn't have to provide 30 Nature Valley granola bars. Everybody else had some Captain Crunch for breakfast. They can keep their eyes on the damn chalkboard. That being said, I don't think kids should be allowed to go to the bathroom whenever they want. I think they will take advantage of it in school, at home, whatever. That's the parents' decision. I think your ability, your bathroom privileges should be tied to your GPA. If you got a 4.0, you can go to the bathroom whenever you choose. I don't think you're going to jeopardize your education just to fuck off. If you got like a 3, you can go to the bathroom, no questions asked, once a day. But as soon as you use your once a day bathroom pass, you have to ask the next time. It doesn't mean you can't go. It just means the next time you're really 2 bathroom trips? Okay. And if you got a 2.0, you got to ask every time. I'm sorry. Now, the teacher can use their discretion. Maybe they have a 2.0 for things that are outside of their control, like IBS. Maybe they have a 2.0 because they're doing dumb shit, like, oh, I'm bored with this class. I'm going to go, like smoke a cigarette in the boys' bathroom or something like that. In which case, you got to leave it up to the teacher's discretion. Sometimes they might say go ahead just because they're sick of looking at you. What about 1.0? I didn't even know that was I thought 2 was as low as it goes. What is a 1? Wait, can you have under a 1 then? Is a 0 a like you average a D minus? F is 0. I thought F would be in the negatives. We didn't really do GPA in Canada too much. In university we did, but in high school we didn't. We just averaged our grades rather than coming up with some kind of quarterback rating composite that doesn't make inherent sense. GPA is averaging your grades? Oh, so you got like a 4? In 11th grade English class, you got a 4? No, you didn't. You got fucking like a 97 or something like that. 4 is an A? Why don't you just use the number? It's the Celsius Fahrenheit shit again. People are like, it just makes sense. It's not because I learned it and grew up using it. Like, you could use like the real number, but it just makes more sense to like convert the letter grade into a number first. It's the average of the letters? The hell are you talking about? Don't they, when you get like a chemistry test, your teacher doesn't look at the test and go, this feels like an A, and then puts an A on it. They fucking go, there's 100 questions. They got 91 of them right. Here's an A with a 91 written next to it. Why don't you just say, like, my GPA is 91? They legit do write a number? Yeah, but not. I know they write like a 0 to a 4. I'm just saying. Why convert the number, which was the percentage of the test that you got right, to a letter, and then convert that letter back to another number? Because it makes sense. I got a 96, which is an A, which converts to a 4. No, you didn't. You got a 96. It's just weird to me. Because before computers, it would be annoying to do the math for 400 kids. Bro, they're the ones doing the math. If it's annoying to look at the grades that 400 fucking kids got, it's way more annoying to take those 400 fucking grades and every time they get a grade on something, convert it to a letter and then convert it to a fucking number. It doesn't make sense. Why don't you just use them? But Fahrenheit makes more sense because like 0 is like cold and 100 is like hot. Celsius is like, whoa, I don't even know what I'm looking at. Whoa, what's hot? 30? Weird. I don't think I could get used to that in fucking half a second. Doesn't make any damn sense. Water freezes at 0 and boils at 100? Bitch, I'm not a glass of water. I'm a guy. I'm a man. I'm 40. I know how to use decimal points. Fahrenheit has more resolutions. What the hell are you? That's such a Dan comment. Fahrenheit has higher resolution. Anyway, this pancakes. I think we said our piece on the pancake one. There's nuance there. Some nuance. Would I be the asshole for suing my DIL? What the hell is that? Dad-in-law? Daughter-in-law. That makes way more sense. I don't know. I've never seen it like that. Oh, no. Am I the asshole for forgetting to lock the door a few times a month? Am I the asshole for leaving the stove on when I leave the house now and then? Like, they're saying, like, fucked up shit. Like, oh, you could have, like, burned down our whole fucking house with us inside of it. But, like, I didn't do that. I just left the stove on. I feel like I'm being unnecessarily maligned here. Hi, Reddit. Boy, I was hoping to never have an issue to put here. But I really need some perspective on this one. I come from a family that only sometimes locked our doors, so it was never really ingrained in me to keep the door locked at all times. My wife, on the other hand, came from a family where the norm was to lock everything, get a camera. So it's always a value judgment, isn't it? It's always like, I don't need to do that, because that would mean that I am expressing a precaution. And expressing a precaution means that I'm afraid. And I vowed never to be afraid of anything, even of shit that's scary and can be mitigated by just going, click. I'm not living my life in fear. I just choose not to be afraid of the other stuff that other people get out in front of with a modicum of... I don't know. You get the idea. They're paranoid, though? My ass when I'm paranoid? That's me locking the door. My ass when I'm paralyzed by fear. And hold on, I forgot it. Listen, I don't want to be disingenuous. I forgot about this part. Tuck, tuck. That's where you check the handle to make sure you actually locked it. Just hyper concerned about safety in all ways. As a result, in the beginning of our relationship, I rarely locked our doors, and she always did. It gave her a lot of anxiety, especially because we're living in a rough neighborhood at the time. Since then, I've done my best to keep up with locking the doors. We have since moved to a great apartment in a very safe neighborhood, and although I'm a forgetful person, I have been remembering I lock our door 8 to 9 times out of 10. Still working on it, though. It immediately seems like you're not really working on it. It seems like you want it to be fixed, but you don't want to, because you didn't buy into the mission statement, which is that it's just a good thing to lock your door. So that, like, if you get robbed, you're like, at least I did what I could. Like, if I didn't lock my door, and then maybe it's not, like, legally fair to say this. If I left my house, didn't lock my door, and came back and all my shit was gone, I would be like, yeah, my fault. At least in some way, that's my fault. What was I expecting? If I locked it and I came back and all my shit was stolen, I'd be like, I am a victim of a crime. I have been targeted by a cat burglar. I have been burgled. There is a heist here. If I didn't lock my door, I'd be like, well, if I really liked that TV, I would have taken the extra second. I'm not saying it means you should be robbed. I'm simply saying that it's like, you could have done more to stop it. You could have done literally the bare minimum. Is victim blaming? Giga chat, yes. Like, sometimes the victim needs a little bit of the blame. Not in all situations, but the idea that you should never pass any blame to a victim is crazy. If my ass gets like insanely drunk and then goes driving and crashes into like a telephone pole and dies, I'll be like, well, maybe you shouldn't have been drunk driving. Can't blame the victim. Who put the telephone pole there? They should make telephone poles that have a breakable bottom and then a sturdy top so that in this situation it should you aren't the victim in that situation? I'd be dead. The telephone pole was the victim. All the people who lose internet access as a result. Anyway, the point is he hasn't been robbed yet. I don't understand. I know we go through this once a month. Why do people not lock their doors? When like they spend so much time justifying not doing a task that takes less than 1 second, and they say insane stuff like it adds up. It literally doesn't. They're pennies. They're gone. They're gone. You can't it takes more time to aggregate the time saved than it does to do the thing that would cost you the time in the first place. It's like saying, I never put on my seatbelt when I drive my car because it takes 2 seconds to click it into the latch. Like, and you know what? Don't even start with me. What is it with taxis when you get in them? Why is the latch always the wrong way? You're always trying to put the seatbelt into the latch and you're like, it's not going in right. Then you got to reach in between the damn seat cushions, pull it out, flip it 180 and doesn't make any damn sense. Anyway, I just forget. That's fine. Like, if you forget to do something, I can't be like that mad at you. It's more like if you forget to do it and then I'm like, can you please lock the door? And you're like, well, I don't live my life in fear. I'd be like, well, okay, then fucking, I don't know, go jump off a bridge or something then, brave guy. Why are you only brave when it comes to being lazy? Why is it never like, I'm brave, I'm going to go out and be like a volunteer firefighter because I'm not afraid of danger? It's always some shit that's like, I'm not going to look at the new food pyramid because everything kills you anyway. Nom, 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 nom. It's always like to justify a behavior that you already enjoy instead of to justify actually doing something noble. Like the Canadian, I don't know, it was a university. They did like a meta study of the harmful effects of alcohol. And they said no amount of alcohol in any quantity is safe. If you want to be as safe as possible, a maximum of 2 drinks a week. People who have never even left their hometown were like, 2 drinks? Come on, science. Could you have at least made it something that was reasonable? And you're like, that's the science, man. I don't know what to tell you. Like, it's not like they were like, we hate people who drink. Let's make this number really small. Instead, they were like, here's the number, and people were like, yeah. And then in 1971, you told me eggs were bad for me. And then in 1978, you told me eggs are good for me. So, like, you think I'm going to believe that? You can, like, know it's poison and still drink it anyway. You could look at that news and say, like, damn, that sucks. And then, like, modify your behavior or not modify your behavior. You don't have to be like, oh, the scientists are wrong. What do you know about science, moron? They did the fucking work. You're just like, that doesn't sound right to me because it's uncomfortable to hear. Anyway. I'm just saying. Since then, I've done my best to keep up with locking the doors, and I succeed 85% of the time. Unfortunately, my wife's anxiety about our safety has just been getting worse. She says she has night terrors and can't handle worrying if the door is locked. It's awful she feels this way, and I want to help her out. But the thing is, it's hard to remember sometimes. It's awful she feels this way. I want to help her out. I'm just struggling to see and understand why this situation is provoking such an emotional response. I'm struggling to see why your ass is so annoyed that she's annoyed that you can't lock the door. Like, she's got night terrors. All your ass has to do is go like this. Can't you just set like an alarm or, I don't know, just not be looking at your phone when you leave your house for 2 seconds so you can lock the door? Like, that's how you build a habit. Put like a Post-it note next to the door or something. Get an electric lock, a smart lock or something. Extra info. My wife and I live in a newly developed gated community on the third floor of our apartment building in the very back. Zero crimes since we've lived here. I take the dogs out every night, so I'm the one locking the door. We have a new puppy that needs to go out every 4 hours. And it's the 4 a.m. walks when I am most likely to forget to lock the door. Listen, I'm not going to do the thing that you're doing, which is basically being like crime doesn't exist because you're fucking stupid. Like, that's just wrong. You probably are less likely to be a victim of like a home invasion on the third floor of an apartment building in a gated community. That makes perfect sense to me. That doesn't mean that somebody can't, on your floor, can't have like a psychotic episode and go around checking all the doors, find one that's open and come into your house and fucking kill you. Like that shit. People are going crazy in their apartments all the time. They don't have the threat. The danger could be coming from within the house. Doesn't have to be just from outside. So regardless, like, we've lived in situations like this, not in gated communities, but either way, my ass would not sleep as well if the door was not locked. But, I mean, to be fair, what I would do is I would be in bed, and then I would be like, did I lock the door? And then if I was like, I don't know if I did, I would just get up and check the door. But I understand at 4 a.m. that's kind of like, it's a bigger ask than when you're just going to bed. I'm just saying. Yeah, someone could break into the building and then like, listen, these are like infinitesimal risks. Don't get me wrong. Someone could hold the door open for someone in your building that doesn't actually live there. They could get in the elevator and just start cranking on doors, okay? It's crazy. Now, you might be saying the risk of that is insanely low. That's true. But the cost to protect yourself at least a little bit is even lower. Is literally just going like this. Katunk. That's it. Also, like, why don't you just lock the damn door because she asked you to? Because, you got to save some of your energy for some battles that actually matter. My wife has a certain way she likes me to load the stuff into the dishwasher. And listen, I'm not trying to make this a plebiscite on the issue. I always loaded the dishwasher, like when you load the cutlery, you put the tip of the knife down into the dishwasher so that when you open it up, you don't accidentally like put your hand on it and like slice your palm open, okay? The forks go down, the spoons go down, etc., etc. We started living together. She told me, no, that's not the right way. The tips go up, the tip of the spoon goes up, etc., etc. I said, I don't think that's true. She said, I think it is. I said, you know what, you're right. And it's been a solved issue ever since. Because it doesn't matter at all. Doesn't matter in the slightest. So we're getting a lot of she's right, she's wrong. Hey, I do it no matter what, I win. Because I do it the way she told me to. Actually insane? I don't know. I'm just saying, if it's a relatively simple thing and you're not married to the concept, you should put your spouse's interest ahead of yours if she is married to the concept. Like, if my wife was like, hey, can you lock the door? I have night terrors, and I was like, I don't really feel like it, I would think that would make me the asshole. At the same boat, if I was like, if I really needed something done a certain way, and she was like, that's not the way I do it, I'd be like, well, it gives me anxiety to see it done this way. I think she would be like, okay. In her head, she might be like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever heard in my life, but that's the price you pay. When has that happened? Well, I'm still waiting for the first time. I leveraged some marriage goodwill today. Because you know what? I have this $20 bill on my desk. Not to brag. She came into my office and just pulled the bill off my desk. And I said, whoa, what are you doing? And she said, you're not using it. I said, yeah, there's lots of money in our bank account that's been there for a while too that I haven't used. But that doesn't mean we're just going to spend it. And she says, seriously? And I say, yeah, give it back. Just because it's just nice to have like a little spare cash. Because you never know, again, when the Canadian oligopoly for telecommunications is going to go down and you're going to need a $20 bill to, tip somebody or, buy lunch or something like that. Like, it's not, it's just, it's an emergency fund for if the solar flare hits the earth or something like that. Like, it's not just on my desk for someone to come in and be like, oh, $20, I'll just take it because you're not using it immediately. I could do something with that. And you know what? While I'm looking at it, it's bringing me pleasure. $20. Get a nice lunch with that for sure. Buy some groceries. Who knows? Who knows? It brings me pleasure just to see it. So you can't do it's not here just to be pilfered, you know? Anyway, you should be able to put cash in your Google Wallet. How would that make sense? I don't know. They got smart people working there still. They should figure it out. Am I the asshole for putting a bag of dog poop in a stranger's trash can? My initial hunch from the headline is, on principle, yes, you shouldn't use somebody else's trash can for your trash. In practice, does it really matter? Like, did something happen? Like, why would you care if someone put their garbage into your garbage? There's a little bit of their garbage into your garbage can. If it like overflowed or spilled or something like that, it's a different story. Or if it was a clean trash can and I was bringing it in and then there was a fresh bag of dog poop in there, I'd be a little annoyed for sure. At least they're picking it up though. I have a lovely 2-year-old golden retriever. She's full of energy, so she gets a lot of walks. I try to be a responsible dog owner. I always pick up her poo, even if it's nowhere near other people's homes. My wife and I brought the dog along to visit friends in an East Coast Florida barrier island beach community. Nice, quaint, nothing fancy. Okay? We walked the dog and naturally the dog pooped. My wife had a bag, picked up the poop. We walked on. About 4 to 5 houses down, there was a large standard community issued garbage can at the end of the road. The lid was half up as it was quite full and ready for pickup. My wife deposited the tied closed bag o' poo into the can. My ass would do this 100%. I would acknowledge is probably not the right thing to do, but I would do it for sure. I mean, I feel like it's one of those things that's like, you shouldn't do it, but who the hell cares? A man mowing his lawn at the house next door went off. He ran over, yelled at my wife, "You're disgusting. You can't do that. Why would you put your dog's waste in someone else's can?" She said, "It is a garbage can. People put nasty things in garbage cans. That's what they're there for." He harassed her until she took it out. Is my wife, am I the asshole here? No, this person is crazy. You met a crazy person whose personality is their neighborhood. You probably shouldn't do it. Just to be clear, you did something that was very minor. You broke the social contract just like the slightest little bit. That's it. And then this guy said, no, no, no. It's much more important that we live in an ordered world than a comfortable world. And he decided to make his problems your problems. You did nothing wrong. This is just is a crazy individual. You met Batman. You did. You met retired Batman. You're the asshole. I personally hate people putting their rubbish in my bin, especially dog poop. Yeah, but like info, fucking why? Because it's a garbage can. You're not going to eat out of there. Like, who cares? I get, like, you're not being taken advantage of. I get that it's your trash can. Like, somebody putting their garbage in my garbage bin. But, like, why would you rather? Okay, what you would rather they do is eat it. The second thing you would rather they do is they pick it up and then they fucking hold on to it until they find a trash can that's administered by the city. But unfortunately, that doesn't exist in the United States of America outside of like 4 pockets of the country. So what are they supposed to do with it? Put it in a hotel garbage can or something? Like, go buy their own house and then their property taxes can pay for the garbage can that then puts it like it's garbage. Like I would be pissed off if I wheeled my garbage out to the end of the road and then like somebody threw 2 bags of garbage on top of my garbage and then the garbage truck was like, "Hey asshole, you got too much garbage." I'd be like, "That's not my garbage. I put out the civic responsible amount of garbage and now I'm being somebody made a faux pas and I'm catching flack for it." But if someone just throws a little bit of dog poo in a bag in your garbage, who cares? Third comment is why. Honestly, the big reason it gets to me is it makes the cans we have in my city reek. They're thick plastic with heavy lids, so they just cook in the sun, and that dog poop garbage combo becomes Satan's potpourri very quickly. The garbage can stinks. Welcome to Earth. Oh, the shit that already smelled horrible smells like a little worse. It's this, like, it's not like it was pleasant before and you're like, something in here stinks. You're like, it always stinks. It's a fucking trash can. It's where you put the shit that smells bad. Soft, you're the asshole. I have a dog too, so I get it. I don't want to carry around his poop. It's fine to throw poop in public dumpsters and trash cans. It's rude to throw it away in someone's personal bin. This is true, but I don't know why. Like for some reason, it's okay. A lot of people would consider it like more acceptable to throw it in the dumpster behind like a Starbucks than they would to throw it in a closed trash bin at somebody's house, even though it's stinking it up either way. Like I just, I'm not saying like I'm going to stand for Starbucks. I'm like it's just one of those things where I'm like it's the feels like it's the same crime. Like you need to if you need to throw it out in a garbage bin that's like under your own administration or under the city's administration, then and so many you're right, so many people don't even pick it up, man. So I know there's some of you out here too. Where your dog poops on the sidewalk, you clean it up and you're like, I'm a good person. Then your dog poops on the fucking grass and you're like, I don't need to pick that up. That's grass. The grass will take care of it. Yeah, in like fucking 6 weeks, when my daughter is like, I want to go run around on that grass because it's a fucking park. And then I'm like, okay, I'll follow you. And I step and then I'm like, what's that horrible smell? Oh, it's a liter of dog shit that somebody just didn't pick up because they were too busy FaceTiming fucking nobody about nothing, taking their ignored dog out for a walk. Shit drives me crazy. Hey, it's the Wessel Pigeon. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. You didn't notice till, well, no, this is 2 different stories. So one time I didn't notice until I got home and Kate said it smells bad and I said, "Oh no, I think I stepped in dog poop." Then like maybe 6 weeks ago, my daughter was running around in a little yard in front of her daycare and I was like, "Yeah, I'll chase you." And then like halfway to my car, I was like, "I think I stepped in dog poop." And I looked at my boot and yes, I did. So they just let their dog poop there and then fucking went wild. It's not a victimless crime. That is a very victim full crime, but there's no way to run like a DNA test or something. It is disgusting. You should not touch grass. Well, the Blundstones are fine though, because they got that hard, rubber sole. There are dog DNA tests? Yeah, but I'm going to get the dog's DNA, but how am I going to match it? It's not like there's a central repository. Okay, great news. We got the DNA results of that dog poop. Okay, it's AATTCAGACCTTGGACTTTGCDC. My ass is going to be like, that. Yeah, okay, I know that dog. I fucking know that dog. You think I don't know those codons? Curly hair, mottled fur. Samesy, Soph, you're the asshole. You and I signed up for dealing with dog poop, but our neighbors didn't. They shouldn't have to deal with it on their property. Yeah, but they shouldn't know that it happened on their property, is the other thing. Like they shouldn't have a ring camera on their garbage can or something. I would be a little like, listen, if I had trash cans at the end of my driveway and I was looking out the window and I saw someone lift up the lid and throw in a little dog poop, I would be like, hey, Kate, you won't believe what this asshole did. Threw out dog poop in our own trash can. And then she would go like, huh, shouldn't do that. And I would be like, that's what I'm saying. And then I would go on with the rest of my day. It's like you shouldn't do it, but also like I got other stuff going on. Like this it's not that big of a deal. Why care about it? I don't know, it doesn't make sense to me. I would take it out and move it to my neighbor's trash can. Now we're talking. You're the asshole. I've thrown bags of dog poop into my own bin, and sometimes they break due to being pressed against something else in the bin. When that happens, you get dog poo smeared inside your bin that will stink and has to be washed. Maybe I'm just a degenerate. I don't think I would wash that. I think my ass would be like, it's trash. A little bit of dog poop in the trash can? What am I worried is going to get the trash dirty? It's the smell? Yeah, but like, I mean, where are you keeping them? Is it like if you're cold, they're cold? If you keep it in the garage, you'd wash it? Why? So my car doesn't smell the garbage cans? I don't understand the problem. It's in your house? I don't consider the garage in my house. Like a yard, it's part of my house. It's not in my house though. It's in my house when it has either carpet or hardwood or tile. Concrete floor is not inside. Smell attracts more flies? Bro, you got a lid. You got a lid on the trash can. You're not piping it straight into like the air intake. This is madness. It's not airtight. I think it's good enough, honestly. It doesn't bother me. I live in the city. It smells all the time. It just smells. It's not big of a deal. You go nose blind. I'd be happy it was dog poop, honestly, with my experience living in the city. I'd be like, holy cow. That dog has a great diet. That dog has an all raw food, fresh refrigerated meat diet. Good for them. At least the shit doesn't look like an enormous brown Hawkins cheesy with like all the water leached out of it. It's the size of my forearm. Stop. You guys are so weird about poop. People are like, yeah, but the poop smells. Duh. That's why I try to get it out of my ass and into the toilet as soon as possible. I don't want it to stink up my insides. Not the asshole. Personally, I couldn't care less if someone sticks their dog poop in my trash can that is out by the road in front of my house. I pay the city to use the city trash can. Everyone in my city does. It's not mine. I think it's a different story if you walk straight onto the property to dispose of the dog poop, but the way I see it, if it's by the road, go ahead and put the dog's poop there. This shit is like British laws in the 1700s. It's like, well, Your Honor, the trash can was by the road. Oh, it's by... How close... Would you say it was past the end of the driveway? Or would you say that it was butting up adjacent to the edge of the curb of the driveway? Well, does the curb belong to the city or does the curb belong to the homeowner? It's like, why don't you just tell me the name of the movie you wanted to see? I don't think this is like a big deal. That's my 2 cents. I mean, I think everyone, even people who disagree with me on the verdict, would say it's not a big deal. It's not like a capital crime, but it's. I think it's a nothing burger. That's my opinion. I the asshole for calling my girlfriend cheap. Not necessarily. I mean, I would take it as a compliment. But I gotta just listen, okay? My GF makes six figures as a pharmacist and is still the cheapest person I know. She recently bought a new Toyota RAV4 and wanted the bars above to mount her skis. No, she is not the cheapest person. Like, she bought a new car and she skis. That's an expensive purchase and an expensive hobby. Like, this immediately undermines your sentiment here to begin with. It's just ridiculous. And that's an SUV. They quoted her 2K. She decided not to get it, even though she really wanted it. She spent about 4 months drooling over a handbag that cost $600. She uses a tattered bag from college and says she needs one, but can't bring herself to buy one. I bought it for her for a Christmas gift, and when I gave it to her, she got mad at me for wasting my money. She did apologize after saying she loves it, but $600 is too much to spend on a bag. Okay, it sounds like that's a non-issue, so I'm not even sure why that's involved. She gave you the easiest Christmas gift of all time and liked it. Okay, congratulations. Why are you turning this into a problem? She never wants to eat out, like at all. I usually eat out 2 to 3 times a week, but it's hard to get her to eat out even once a month. She always says she can make the same thing for cheaper and will only eat out after some pleading from me. She doesn't tip very high either, only 15% usually. This is bait, right? If you want to get Reddit upset, you just bring up tipping. Either way, 15% is like the worst number you could bring up because half of people are like, you should leave zero, and half of people are like, 15%? What did they spit on your plate? She only drives when there are a few things to do. For example, for her to come over, she also drops off mail, buys things, goes to the gym on the same trip to save on gas. I'm sure it's eco-friendly. If this is real, you just hate your girlfriend. Like, she's just. These are not necessarily like crazy behaviors. Like, it's not like she's hanging up her tea bags on the clothesline to reuse them or something like that. It's like, it's just fairly reasonable, like, cost savings to make without impacting your quality of life very much. Like, that's not that crazy. She's just a normal person. She won't ever buy coffee and even brings her own coffee maker kit rather than buy coffee for road trips. And she won't buy bread or oat milk. She insists to make it to save money even though it takes so long. She only buys things on sale, blah, blah, blah. She refused to buy things in IKEA. Okay, now that's crazy because IKEA is like really cheap. That's like one of the cheapest furniture stores you could go to. I'm starting to see his point, honestly. Not as cheap as other places. It's pretty cheap though. It's super expensive. It's like super not though. My bookshelf was like $60. It's a piece of garbage. Like, you would never you would never be like, "Whoa, check out this bookcase. You won't believe where I got it." You're like, it's more like that's where my books go, but it's pretty cheap. IKEA is expensive? Is this like a regional thing? Our last bed, not the bed we use now. We bought a bed from IKEA. It was a double bed. It cost $200. That's something you literally use for like a third of your life. It costs half of what like a PS4 cost at the time. I've seen tables for $2,000 in IKEA. Yeah, but you've probably also seen tables for like $70, and they'll tell you which one they're moving more of. They also have like $1.79 breakfast. I'm just sorry. I'm not trying to say anything socially by saying this. I'm just saying IKEA prices have gone up 30% thanks to lumber. Lumber round trip, motherfucker. You think I don't listen to Odd Lots with Joe Weisenthal and Tracy Alloway? Try serving me, so, oh, this costs more because of the lumber. The lumber went up and it came right back down. Because of the lumber. Good for the tuna. Anyway, this person is just crazy. Now, I will say, and like I've annoyed a certain subset of people. I'm going to annoy the other subset of people. I do also get annoyed when people treat never spending money as like that person is like more moral. Shit drives me crazy because, I mean, on the internet, at least, you know, when you got the spotlight on you like I do, sometimes you're like, I went out for a sandwich yesterday. And then people are like, go out for a sandwich. Wow, must be nice to be, you know, the price you paid for that sandwich. I could have bought 2 loaves of bread and boar's head cold cuts and cheese and had sandwiches for a week. And then someone else is like, oh, bread from the supermarket. Must be nice to be in the upper middle class. I could have bought 4 kilograms of baking flour and used that to make 17 loaves of bread at my own house and then stolen a chicken from a farm and use that to make an egg every single day, and I could have eaten sandwiches for 3 weeks. Like the idea that spending money is always immoral and then like saving money is always moral. I think that there's some kind of like conditioning there that has led society down a what I would consider a path that is not necessarily accurate. Because I deal with it with my parents. Like, anytime my parents come out for dinner with us, my dad will say something like, holy cow, like $26 for spaghetti? And I'm like, just, I know you can make it at home for like, listen, they always say crazy stuff too. Like, I could make it at home just as good for half the price. And I'm like, no, you can't. You could probably make it pretty good, but there's like $8 worth of butter. You'd never do that to yourself. You care about your cardiac health. You can make good spaghetti. You're not making it this good. I'm sorry. They're making this spaghetti 20 times an hour. They know what they're doing, okay? I've had your spaghetti. I've had their spaghetti. Their spaghetti wins out. You can't compete with the pros. There's nobody looks at like, they don't get arthroscopic surgery and go like, wow, I could probably do this for $450, you know? But then the chefs, they're always like, people always look at it exclusively in terms of ingredient costs. They don't consider it like an art. Like if you go to Subway and you're like, I can make this sandwich cheaper, you're like, yeah, no shit. It's just like literally all they're doing is doing what you tell them. Of course, you get it for convenience. But if you go to like a real restaurant and you're like, I could get this shit cheaper, okay, then fucking go to Le Cordon Bleu Institute of Culinary Education. Go to the American Culinary Institute. But fucking waste your 20s going to the restaurant at 7 a.m., leaving the restaurant at midnight, smoking 400 cigarettes a day to learn how to make a beurre blanc. It's just insulting to say you can make this cheaper at home. Anyway, all I'm saying is it's not immoral to spend money and it's not moral to save money. It depends on your lifestyle. It depends on what you value. Anyway, that guy's just crazy. I don't know if I could even read this one. Am I the asshole for not helping my girlfriend when she sprained her ankle? Throwaway account. Me when the API stops responding. Oh, throwaway account. Not using real names, but my Fred, 34 male GF, will call her Maranda, 33 female. In my opinion, overreacts to pain. She stubs her toe a lot and is always saying how it hurts. She doesn't ask for help when it happens. It just annoys because she stubbed her toe, dummy. What's she gonna do? You're gonna fix it? You're gonna cast like a magical spell? It always annoys me because she's clumsy and could just watch where she's going. Anyway, we were outside one night. I have this makeshift step that's pretty flimsy. It's a piece of firewood that's there until I can get something better. This is a classic, like, men will actually live like this and think it's okay post. I got a makeshift step. It's just a piece of firewood or whatever. It's a lawsuit waiting to happen. It's a jigsaw trap. It's a suicide rap. You gotta get out while we're young. Okay, hold on. Miranda used it and rolled, and it caused her ankle to sprain. She fell to the ground and said it really hurt, and it looked like she was about to cry. I told her she'd be fine, even when she crawled past me to. This is fake. Even when she crawled past me to get inside, I did not help because I felt like she was over exaggerating the pain. Well, the next day I really looked at it, and I do admit it's bad. She can't put any pressure on it. She told me it was really mean that I didn't believe her or help her in the moment, and she left to go to her parents' house. Hasn't been back since, saying she needs time to think. Now her parents are mad at me and our friends and also think that I'm the asshole, but I don't see it that way. My sister told me to post here and see what others would say. So Reddit, am I the asshole? You know that John Holmes, it's John Waters, not John Holmes, quote that's like, ladies, if you go to a man's house and he doesn't have books, don't burp him. I feel like this is the same thing, but it should be, ladies, if you go to a man's house and his front steps are made of makeshift firewood that's not even like secured in place, run! Like, you know, Samantha Morton at the near the end of Minority Report. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Only dads? Put it all on green. Hello, Daniel Raiders. What do you think? By the way, do you think you'd be the asshole if your wife sprained her ankle on your horrendous homemade front step made of firewood? And then you said, oh, quit complaining, and she had to crawl past you to get into the house? You think that would make you the asshole? I don't want to be too controversial. I'd say that probably reflects a little poorly on the man's character. Not the asshole. His step, his rules. Well, fair enough. Not the asshole for telling my sister her baby name is frickin' stupid. Hold on. Let me see the name. Just give me a second. The name is Mary. That is not... That's like a pretty normal... What do you mean it's fucking stupid? Mary is just like as a normal name. Maybe not as common as it used to be. I was assuming it would be, you know, like Daenerys or something, but I'm scrolling for the perfect one to send us. Am I the asshole for stopping my husband from traveling? It's been a very pro-wife stream so far. We've had a lot of Am I the Asshole sections that were like, women be shopping. Today, the men have been in the wrong, like almost exclusively. It's a much more comfortable place to be as a streamer than being like, well, I get that she's pregnant, but at the same time, did she have to call the cops? It's just like, I think he's in the wrong, but did she have to call the police? Just easier to be like, wow, this dude's an idiot. LOL. Thanks for the gifted subscriptions. And I love it. For context, my husband loves to travel, sometimes even does it solo. We went together in some countries, and it was fun being with him doing so. But I gotten pregnant over the pandemic, so we sat down to talk about this because it was an accident. I've always wanted a baby anyways, just not this soon. And my husband's reaction was expectedly caught off guard and had mixed emotions. We both took it as a sign and want to keep the baby, but my husband says he still wants to travel and asked if I'm okay with it. My parents said they wanted to have a grandchild anyways and wanted it so bad they even said they would watch him while we go out and have fun before I was even pregnant, so I knew my baby would be in good hands if we still travel, so I said yes. We decided to go through this pregnancy. Okay, I mean, I think it's a bit of a red flag when you tell your husband you're pregnant and he says, I still want to travel. That's not what you want to hear as like the first thing to come out of that discussion, I think. Also, like, it's a little parent posting, okay? But like, it's naive to think that, oh, we can still travel because my parents can watch the baby. Like, what are you going to do? The first year is like fucked up. I'm not saying like that it is good that there's someone to watch the baby. What I'm trying to say instead is you need to be there for the baby. Like, literally, you're like nursing or pumping or bonding or like, so on and so forth. You can't just be like, bye. We're going to Cabo San Lucas. Like, you can't really just put it in with the babysitter. Like, when you're older or when the baby's older, if your kid's like, 12, leave the kid with the grandkids over 1 month of summer vacation and go travel or something. They'll be fine. Kid with the grandparent, you know what I mean. Yeah, you just gotta kind of eat it for like a few years. I feel, at least. I know it's less like, oh, we can't travel because of the kid. It's much more like, oh, I don't want to travel because I would be like a piece of, like, I don't think going away now and then makes you like a bad parent. But if you're like, oh, I gotta, this fucking kid's eating into my travel time, then I think it makes you like a bad parent. You got to be there for your child on top of, you know, doing the things that need to be done. You need to like build the familial bond. The kid needs you. They don't have any choice in the matter. Like, you gotta make the decision for both of you. Anyway, fast forward to now. Our baby's 8 months old. My husband's an incredible father. He hasn't been anywhere since the baby was born, but he did occasionally talk about where to go next to travel. I honestly thought at this point he should just stay home and be a father because he's a parent now. He shouldn't be gone even for a day away from our baby. I told him this. He got a bit upset. He wanted to think things through and so asked for a little mental space not to talk about the subject. But then literally the next day his college friend contacted him and invited him to a wedding in Taiwan. He told me this and said his friend was the one who helped him go through a lot in his college years and at least give him 4 or 5 days to visit there. I still said no because things changed. My husband explained and said that I broke the promise I made when I was pregnant. Okay. Things change, brother. I actually think he's in the right, but I don't know let me know how that works out for you. He kept telling me to give the baby to my parents to watch. I said we wouldn't be responsible parents if we did that. He kept claiming it's responsible because we know the baby will be safe, but I kept arguing that it doesn't work that way. I can take him to court if he wants to abandon the baby. He broke his game system out of anger. Sorry, I need to scroll. He broke his game system out of anger and has gotten silent afterwards. He only communicated about baby related things but wouldn't talk to me about anything else. Am I the asshole? Bro, this chick made him break his PS5. Are you serious right now? There's a supply chain crunch. No. Don't do me or the PS5. I think she should just eat this one. I'm sorry to say. I do think it's a little early. Like, in the first 8 months to be like, I would like to leave for 5 days. That seems kind of crazy to me. But like a 4 to 5 day trip to go to your friend's wedding, that seems fair to me as someone who just went through 6 days of it with a child when the daycare was closed. And also I had norovirus. Like, I lived. It's not that big of a deal. I didn't almost die. I said I lived. There's two different things. Oh, that's what I'm saying. I think she crossed the line. Like he wanted to he's like, I'm gonna go to my friend's wedding for 4 days. She said no. He said I'd really like to. She said I could take you to court for which I don't even think is true. Like no disrespect. I'm not trying to call your bluff and make you feel bad. But if you can't do 4 days of like solo baby care, I'm not saying it's gonna be easy. If you can't do 4 days of solo baby care, you're not gonna contact a lawyer, drag this guy to court for what? Because he went on a vacation for 4 days? I mean, like it's just not reasonable. That's way more work. That's like, oh, if you leave me this much work, then I'm gonna do 3 times as much work as that over the course. I'm gonna sustain this grudge for the 18 months it takes to get this in front of a judge. Like that's just not unlikely to happen, I would say. He shouldn't break his PS5. I mean, that's juvenile behavior, but I don't think he's the asshole. I think she's well, I don't know. He shouldn't have broken his console. There's kids out there that would love to have that, man. Well, wait, was it? Yeah, if it was like a Wii U, then I guess I would allow it. But at the same time, I can also understand like your baby's only 8 months old as your first kid to be like, you know, I'd like to go to Taiwan. I feel like if I brought that up to Kate in May 2021, she would have laughed in my face, and I would have been like, "Just kidding. Unless you're gonna do it, do it, do it, do it." It's pretty early. In lockdown? I don't know. Fucking, are we still in lockdown? I never know these days. No, kind of. I don't know. We're fine now. I don't know. When we went to San Diego, they were like, if you fly from a Canadian airport and land in the United States and you're not fully vaccinated, you have to sign like an affidavit that says you're gonna quarantine for 2 weeks, which is like, first off, was not for me. It was for my child who at the time had only had the one dose that was offered to them. But they need 2 doses in order to be considered fully fucking vaccinated. And I was also like, excuse me, can you give me President Joe fucking Biden on the phone? He's a dude who did a press release that said, we beat COVID. Meanwhile, his ass is like, oh, don't let in the Canadians. Hey, the Canadians have to self isolate if they come to fucking Florida. I know San Diego's in California. I wanted to pick a state that made my point better. I'm sorry. But like, fucking look in the mirror, idiot. They're like, only domestic COVID is okay, all right? We don't want any Canadian COVID here. And then it was worse because we were like calling the airlines. Like, hey, this is Alaska Air. And I'd be like, hey, so I just read online that according to the CDC, there's like a binding resolution that if you fly from Canada into the United States, we have to sign an affidavit that we're going to stay in our hotel room for 2 weeks to quarantine. Is that true? And then they would go, no, we don't have anything like that. And I'd go, well, according to the CDC.gov, we could go to prison if we make a false statement under oath and then go out and get some coffee. And they were like, yeah, I don't really know about it. We don't really care about that anymore. We don't have any restrictions. And I was like, okay, well, thanks for your help. Really appreciate it. Anyway, listen, I'm putting my own dirty laundry out there right now. They were basically like, you would be fine. I'm not insulting Alaska Airlines. I'm insulting their staff, okay? The planes are immaculate. I love those twin turboprops. Planes are innocent. Hold on, I'm just trying to see. You're the asshole. Okay, I don't know. It seems like they're kind of being ruder to her than I would feel comfortable being. She's going through a lot right now. At the same time, she did make him break his PS5. I'm picking on this one because this post basically says, "Am I the asshole for hating my wife?" But then they're not the asshole. So I gotta know. I gotta know. Am I the asshole for following my wife's request at letting her fail and a problem bite her in the ass? I try and protect her from harsh realities or things that will turn out badly. Sometimes they're big things, sometimes they're little things. Slow down, you're going too fast. No, I'm not. I drive here all the time. Stop telling me what to do. Speed trap, speeding ticket in the mail. Owned. Thank you for your service, officer. Giving my wife a speeding ticket, winning me the argument. Don't buy that drink. You won't like it. I'ma buy it. Gross, it's pineapple. I hate pineapple. There goes $20 kind of things. I'm gonna buy it. It's so good. Oh, man. She's insistent I let her fail, so she learns a lesson and stop protecting her from it. I do because I love her, not to shelter her or keep her in a box. She gets so upset when she fails, like emo teenager, curl up in a ball and sulk in the darkness vibes. And it's really hard for me to just let it happen and fight trying to rescue her. So these holidays, I let her fail. She pays the utilities for the house. She left out a lot of lights on, including the tree, around the clock. I do what I can to negate it, but never said anything. I didn't purposely run around and burn electricity to prove a point. I just didn't fuss about it. When lights, TV are on in a room and no one was in all the time, I'd simply turn things off and not say anything. She just got the bill and is flabbergasted at how expensive it was. I told her I wasn't surprised because of all the electricity we used in December. Now she's mad at me for not being sympathetic of the bill she has to pay. Am I the asshole for letting this happen and not being sympathetic? Oh, he wrote it twice. Okay. TLDR, my wife pays the utilities and left lights on all the time in December and got the bill and is surprised at how much it is, and I wasn't being sympathetic towards her. Sorry if it comes across as condescending. It's not my intention. The bill wasn't exponentially higher. It's just like $80 higher. I generally pay around 80. See, this is what it's like to be a man when you make an Am I the Asshole post. Immediately, if the roles were reversed, people would be like, let him, he needs to learn that he's not mommy's special boy. Let him suffer the consequences of his actions. I guarantee the reason he's making this one is someone probably posted info. How exactly, give me an itemized double line ledger breakdown of the bills in your house. Because if she's paying the utilities, it sounds like that you're probably a bad husband and think that she should pay for everything. Now he's got to come in here and justify himself. I pay 85% of the bills. She chose what she was able to afford and handle as she insisted she help out with the bills. Utilities are her responsibility by her choosing. I didn't just assign them to her. It's not a punishment for her behavior. It's her first time paying actual bills besides her car. There's no parental child kink here, just a difference in personalities. You don't need to you're not beholden to respond to every insane person that talks to you. You're a smart enough guy to look at the message that would suggest that and just go block. Like, that's someone asked. You're as the OP, you are the satellite dish that collects, and I say this as a streamer, I see more insanity than you. I'm sorry, I know you see crazy stuff on Twitter, but like, just by virtue of the fact that thousands of people interface with this, I become like a conduit for collecting insanity. Now, I let some of that insanity go out into the signal, and it always feels good at the time and regrettable later, but I'm just fucking absorbing like 99% of it, like, And that's my responsibility. When you're the OP, it's that in a microcosm. People can type anything they want. You don't have to respond to it just because they asked. You can say, hey, loser, get out of my thread. Sometimes you're going to feel the need, because when someone says something truly crazy, that's really easy to refute, it feels great to be like, first off, you're crazy. Secondly, it doesn't even make any sense. So I can understand the temptation to reply, but regardless. Am I crazy for saying who cares is $80? Like, at first I was wondering what, like how expensive electricity is. Because like our electricity plus water bill is like the same price year round. It's like the heat and the air conditioning cost the same amount, I guess. Maybe it's a little cheaper in the fall, a little cheaper in the spring, but it's like it's about $120 a month times 12 months. I will say when we lived in a shithole in college, our utility bill was like in a 7-bedroom house, it was like $100 per month per person in the winter to heat it, probably because the insulation was put in the house in like 1931 or something like that. The shit was leaky as hell. The landlords don't care. They're just charging you like $600 a month rent per room times 7 people for like a house that should probably be condemned. Corn in the walls. That got me laughing. Corn in the walls. Corn in the walls. Corn in the walls. This just doesn't seem like that big of a. It doesn't seem like that big of a deal. It seems like you hate your wife or your girlfriend. Does she really talk like that? Does she really say, "I'ma buy it"? Or is that just something you wanted to make her appear stupid to make your point stronger? So you wrote it in all caps, "I'ma buy it. Gross, it's pineapple. I hate pineapple. There goes $20." What drink was she buying? Pineapple juice for $20? She's shopping at Whole Foods. She's like as dumb as I am. Not the asshole. She wanted to fuck around and she found out. Me when the electricity bill is $80 higher than it normally is. Fuck around, find out. Well, just the most overused reaction image of 2022 and 2023 so far is the guy with the whiteboard. Hold on, we could do it. It's mirrored. I can't. Me when I'm like, I haven't eaten in 6 hours and I'm hungry. 1,000 people replying with fuck around, find out reaction image gif. Yay! No, not the asshole. He fucked around and found out. Not the asshole. Well, I don't think that he's the asshole. I'm mostly just like, I don't know. Why are people so giddy taking pleasure in this? Also, can I tell you another overused phrase? And normally I'm not hip with the culture, but I respect it. When people say no cap, when people drop the gritty, when people do stuff like that, I say it's kids being kids. I don't get annoyed. I don't get annoyed at the younger generation. You know what has been annoying me a lot? People tweeting insane shit like eating lunch right now and then putting hashtag IYKYK. If you know, you know. If I know, you're not that interesting. Yes, I know about lunch. Do I know about lunch? I don't know. Eating lunch right now. If you know, you know. I hate that shit. I'm getting real busy replying to emails. If you know, you know. I don't know what that you're supposed to tell me. That's the first step of social media is you're supposed to tell me something and then I react to it. It's not, why are we leaving out all this breadcrumb trail? It sounds like you don't know. You know what, Jerry? Not only do I not know, I don't want to know. You don't want to know. 5 little monkeys jumping on the bed. One fell off and bonked his head. Mama called the doctor. The doctor said, "No more monkeys jumping on the bed." How do you think the doctor felt when she called him 4 more times? You guys, we are the worst mother ever. Baby's favorite bit. Dun, 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 dun. Can't tell if the wife has the naivete or competence of a child, or if OP has such an infantilized view of her we can't get an accurate idea of what's going on. Yeah, okay. Fair enough. Info. Why did you marry a woman who you're treating like a child? Oh, here we go. He's almost 40 and very educated, apparently. You're the reason that the husband stitch exists. You're the reason that heteronormative primogenitor was the dominant form of monarchical inheritance in the medieval era in Western Europe. Bro, he was negative 700. Chill out. He's literally just a guy, okay? He's just like the one we had earlier. He's just an idiot. He's not responsible for all idiots everywhere just because he shares a similar mistake. And let me guess, she's 23. Let me make up like completely fabricated story. I couldn't find an answer, but that's the scenario I'm picturing. Then you're fucking crazy, idiot. Then you're insane. I couldn't find this information. Information wasn't provided, so I'm just going to assume it was the worst it could possibly be. Because how do you not know how to manage your utilities after 20 years of living on your own? Unless they raise the rates on you, or you move to a bigger living space and aren't used to it. It's just like... people just make mistakes sometimes. Sometimes people take a big dookie, forget to flush the toilet. It happens. OP is very educated and can't help it. He sounds so smart. I mean, most of the time, I deal with this to like a much smaller extent. Sometimes I'll be doing something stupid, and then my wife will be like, "Why are you doing that? It's stupid." And then, like, I would say about half the time, I go, "You're right, this is dumb." And the other half of the time, I'm like offended that she's right. And I'm like, even if it is stupid, you should just let me be stupid and make a mistake. You should just let me get into a car accident instead so I actually learn my lesson. And then like a minute later, I'm like, no, you're right, it's stupid. So I get it, like, I get not wanting to be told what to do all the time when you're an adult. Doesn't mean that anyone's wrong in this situation. It just means it would be annoying to be outside and be like, I want to drink this pineapple juice. And then someone goes, you don't drink that pineapple juice. You don't like pineapple. And then I'm like, well, I'm 25 years old. You think I can't even figure out what drink I want? I'm going to drink it. And then I buy it and go, I hate pineapple. Yeah, you could be right. Sometimes you got to let people fight their own battles, I guess. Yeah, that'll do it like for React Court for now. Let's do some golfing. You gotta like let people be wrong sometimes. Let people enjoy not enjoying things that they don't enjoy not enjoying. Don't yuck me when I'm yumming to yuck others' yums. Did you see, by the way, so and don't worry about HC Justin's, like all of his tweets, but he posted this collage. Hold on, maybe I can just get it up here. I'm going to save this image as Max Payne. And then at image, we'll call that Max Payne. Justin posted a picture of him eating at a Korean barbecue restaurant. And I was stunned that I was the first person who mentioned this. What the heck is not in my downloads folder? Save image. If you know, you know. Why are you not in my downloads folder? Are you what the hell is a JFIF? 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 Are you stupid? Why would you save a file as a JFIF? You must be out of your mind. Hold on, I'm using Windows snip tool. Save as JPEG. There you go. Now it's been saved as a JPEG. I said, this image, it looks like Max Payne is waiting for his curbside delivery outside. Did nobody else see this? What's going on right here? I think it's a reflection of one of the diners, and then that's an empty car outside. But it looks so much like Max Payne is out in his car waiting for his Cheesecake Factory order. Like, it's so... It looks so good, dude. I was laughing so hard when I saw it. I couldn't believe that nobody else had mentioned it until I mentioned it. It's a reflection of his phone. I can see that. Like, this is the border, and then this is. I don't know, that's Max Payne's face. Oh, man. Oh, it's so good. I don't know. There's just. The human mind is a beautiful thing. Because I'm sure, like, on an objective level, it looks nothing like Max Payne. But it's just such an interesting collection of light that your brain is like, yeah, that's Max Payne for sure. Anyway, would love to know your thoughts on this. That shit got me good, man. It kind of do. It kind of like really does. Switch, sports, golf. No results found. Switch, sports. Nintendo Switch Sports. He's joling. Nobody calls it that? It's crazy to me. I mean, you can agree or disagree. This is my classic sort of like argument of I would rather a game have like 2 good mechanics than a bunch, like 1,000 mechanics that are all shit. But people just go like, well, I'm not paying $60 for a game with 2 mechanics. I'd rather pay $80 for a game that's like boring as hell. But you can be bored fishing, you can be bored gardening, you can be bored crafting, you can be bored spelunking, you could be bored gliding, you could be bored in combat, you could be bored in the story. I actually think that Switch Sports Golf is better than the rest of the games in the pack combined. And I think the whole game was like pretty okay. Not great, but okay. But golf is just like it's more than justifies the price of purchase if you already bought it based on the well, especially because it's free if you already own it, but don't worry about Midnight Suns. You'll be seeing more Midnight Suns. Just when you take time off, you got to come back with a heater. You can't be like, oh, it's Radiohead's first album in 9 years and then put out Pablo Honey 2, you know? You got to be like, this is Out Rainbows. This can't be one where like Tom York goes like, when you were here before. It's got to be one that starts with like a and then in the background there's something going like anyway, golf, that's right. Slash marker. Switch Sports Golf. We're back with the Switch Sports Golf. I mean, we just had to be here. Let's put it that way. Start a prediction. I will play with one Joy-Con controller. Thank you for asking. Will we make the semifinals? Hey, Anel, saw you walking on the street on Friday. You were a lot taller than I thought you were. Was I walking on the street on Friday? I don't think you saw me walking on the street on Friday. It was crazy, though. I don't know if anybody saw this post on the subreddit. Legit, I was waiting for Kate at the airport. Dude walks through international arrivals like he just got off an airplane. First dude off the plane. Looks at me and says, Ryan? And I say, yeah? And he said, whoa, this is crazy. I'm a fan of yours. I just happened to be flying to Vancouver today. He was very nice, by the way. Even I was like flabbergasted by the coincidence of it. Something like this with a little backspin. First shot of the week, hole in one. What do you think? What do you think? Is it possible? Oh, it was really good. Wasn't quite a hole in one though. That's what I was like, not to be like a narcissist about it at all. But imagine flying to Vancouver and one of your favorite like streamers is just waiting at the gate for you. Like I was more like I wonder what's going on in this guy's mind. He must think like he's actually the main character of the world. I'm so pissed that Joe got the chip and I missed my putt. It's all right. First hole of the day. Look, and his ass is still standing on the fringe, like fist pumping. Speaking of YVR, do you reserve long-term parking early? I always do it 6 months before. Am I crazy? Should I just do it the day of? That's too local posting for me. I've never used long-term parking at YVR. I've used, probably the longest I've ever parked at YVR is like a few hours. At some point, we'll probably have to use it. Because the thing is, there's this awkward period where, like, you have a car seat, but you want to go, like, you want to travel, but you can't just take an Uber or a taxi because you need your car seat. So you got to take your car to the airport.
Nice shot.
But we haven't had to deal with that yet. Because when we went to San Diego, we just drove to our in-laws' place first. And then, oh, what the hell? That is windy. Like the way that she kissing me in Under the Bridge. This is not good. Drive it under the tree. About a 3.8. Hole in one? Considering the circumstances, that's pretty good. I think we should putt. The wind is too heavy to make a chip reliable. Oh, it's off in all the wrong ways. I think my ass is eliminated, honestly. Like 2 pars is not that's not good enough in the current ecosystem we're living in. What's the story about the Hamburg? This weekend was Lunar New Year. My in-laws bought me a hanbok and Kate and the baby. So we wore the hanboks to spend some time with Kate's parents this weekend. But then after that, we were like, oh, we need groceries. We're out here anyway. We might as well go to H-Mart. Catch my ass. I'm the only white guy in a hanbok in H-Mart. Everybody's walking by me, looking at me. And I'm like, take a picture. It'll last longer. Ooh. I could never. I was like, what am I going to do? I'm just gonna be, I don't know, in a hanbok at H-Mart. It's weird, don't get me wrong, but it wasn't like I was like, oh, today is a sacred Korean holiday. I don't know. I'm not like other white guys. I know all the holidays of the calendar for every country in the world. Like I was like, my ass was with my Korean in-laws, and then I had to go to the grocery store too. But I was getting not annoyed, because I dealt with this in Korea as well. But like middle-aged Korean women would come up to me and be like, hey, you're wearing a hanbok. And I'd be like, I know. Or they'd be like, that thing that you're wearing, that's called a hanbok. It's Korean traditional clothing. And I'm like, yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking when I put it on. You're absolutely right. I don't think they were really talking to me, though. I think they just wanted to talk because my baby was so cute in her hanbok, which is also fine. And they were not telling any lies. What a shot.
Nice shot.
Ooh. Dude, you know what's great? My dream here would be to be shooting into a headwind with no lateral movement. Didn't really work out that way. That's okay. So little uphill, 33-mile-an-hour wind. I would say just send it with none backspin. Maybe, how about a 3.8?
Nice shot.
Little heavy. It's a tough shot, though. Ooh. Okay. Very chippable. Not saying we're going to get it. I'm just saying it is chippable. Chips are the best part of the whole game. Oh no, I'm so far away. I knew that was coming. I knew it was coming. I got to feel so local pilled, by the way. A lot of bogeys here. A lot of bogeys here. I appreciate that. We might not be safe, but a lot of bogeys. We had our daughter's daycare companion had a birthday party. It's always fun to go to a 2-year-old's birthday party. You just eat some snacks, the kids play with each other. No big deal. When I looked at the sandwiches, when we got there, I said, holy shit, I think these sandwiches are from Il Grotto del Formaggio. Then I like, these are not normal sandwiches. They had hot peppers, marinated red peppers, artichoke hearts, mortadella. I was like, oh shit, they went all out. Then I ate one of the sandwiches and I was like, damn, this is from Il Grotto del Formaggio. Then I was talking to the dad and he was like, yeah, we just got the sandwiches from someplace on Commercial Drive. And I looked at him, I said, was it Il Grotto del Formaggio? And he said it was. And I was like, ah! This was pre-Hanbok. No, this was thankfully pre-Hanbok. If you know, you know. That's not a secret. Everyone knows about, well, everyone cool enough to go to East Van now and then knows about Il Grotto del Formaggio. I'm not that cool. I had to find out from someone who goes to East Van regularly. It's a great sandwich. It's a great sandwich. And your head is all the way up it. I know why. Yeah. Something like that. Something like that. Oh, no. Never mind. It's better this way.
Nice on.
Right there. Right there. Right there. Plunk me. A birdie. We probably won't live, but we might have some more respectability as a result. It was a great hole. It was a well-played hole. What profession would you do in the early 18th century in Canada? I don't know. I'd probably be like grading the furs or something like that. Like when real men hunted the animals and then skinned them and then like put the furs on like a sled that another real man like drove to a log cabin. Then they would give them to me and I'd be like, mid, pristine, bussin', mid. I am going to be in Rush Hour 3. That's crazy. We got no shot. Like, I'm not even going to run the casino for the finals because there's no chance. But the mods, don't even worry. Don't even worry about running the casino for the finals. It's like, it's close to a mathematical impossibility. Wrong payout? Yo! Mods! I didn't click the button! I went to click on the right button, and it said an error happened. And I was like, oh, the mods have got it. Well, now you're truly part of the show. You don't have to put down your sword. It happens. It's part of the game. It's part of the game. And hey, think about it this way.
Nice shot.
There were more people that bet on no anyway. So you basically made the... Okay. You made the decision that's going to make more people happy. So, you took some heat off of me. Thank you for that. That's okay. Oh. I hate this green. This is damn green. It's too damn hot today. I don't like golf anyway. Finalist. I like the sound of that. And now my classes this year will be the death of me? Probably not. You'll probably be like stressed out and then at the end of it you'll be like, okay.
Finish.
A little? Oh! Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. You're an A rank gamer? Josh, I'm 1 rank away from S. But it's like, it's a damn slog, man. You know those hockey games you love watching the Canucks lose at? Yeah? What about them? I'm pretty excited. Our next game is this Friday. It's the Canucks, who are spiritually the worst team in the NHL, versus the Columbus Blue Jackets, who are actually the worst team in the NHL. I would love to... listen, I would love to lose the game, because at this point, the only thing that matters is, if possible, getting the highest draft pick possible. But I would also love to like win a game that we go to once this year, because I spent like real money on it. But I'm gonna have a fun time either way.
The contestant.
Not this hole again, please. Just stop going to them? No, it's usually pretty fun. People that live east of Boundary Road be like, why are all these people bringing their kids to the hockey game and having so much fun? Don't they know we need to slowly squeeze Francesco Aquilini's will to live until he eventually sells the team? Bro, stop going to the games and having a good time. I'm trying to watch my team win on TV.
Nice shot.
No!
Nice approach.
Coquitlam BTFO. People in Coquitlam be like, please, please stop going to the arena, buying concessions and celebrating with other people, okay? I'm trying to watch the game at Kelsey's right now, ever since the Swiss Chalet closed, and I'm sick of losing.
Nice birdie.
Shut the frick up. Hi, Chibley. Hi. Rip Swiss Chalet. I grew up in Ontario, so I've got a soft spot for Swiss Chalet. Swiss Chalet fucking rules. It sucks. Yeah, it's like people seem to have strong opinions on Swiss Chalet. I'm very like, I mean, I wouldn't say I'm very pro. I am pro Swiss Chalet though. It is kind of ass. I don't know how to explain it. I love the sauce. People say it tastes like dishwater. I don't know, man. I like it. I haven't eaten at Swiss Chalet in like probably 12 years or something, but hey, Mr. Sands 99, thanks for the gifted subscriptions. Thank you. I would say don't. Yeah, but next time, like, I visit my hometown, I gotta take my grandma out somewhere nice. And as you know, when we're talking about, you know, people from the older generation, when you say someplace nice to, like, a 20-year-old, it's like, you know, dim lighting and a small menu and, you know, everybody's wearing nice clothes. What they actually want when you're in, like, your 70s is, like, you know, hey, table for 10, please, and make it snappy. You want safe food, reliable food, nothing too weird. The only seafood should be like clam strips and popcorn shrimp. There's nothing wrong with it. Yeah, there's a render onto Caesar that which is Caesar's, and on the Pompeys that which is Pompey's. I'll go to bat for Red Lobster. I don't know why Red Lobster always gets knocked for being, like, bad. It's not great. It's not that bad. Because it's ass?
Nice shot.
I would love to go to Red Lobster right now. If you're paying. The biscuits are also ass? You're crazy. Like, you can be mad about the seafood, but the biscuits are... they're divine. That's good. I could take that.
Nice approach.
They're all frozen and warmed up there. Okay, fucking they taste good. What do I care? People will be like, oh, I don't like it. They cooked it in a microwave. Meanwhile, they'll be like, dude, have you had Takis hot chips? They're fucking formed by a robot out of corn slurry in a factory somewhere in Wyoming. Yeah, but that's supposed to be shit.
Nice fun.
That's what the number one thing that annoys me. Well, no, that's not even true. It literally is just the most recent thing that annoyed me. But, you know, when I ate at Olive Garden, I was like, this shit is not as bad as Americans have made it out to be. People reply like they cook everything in the microwave. Okay, Gordon Ramsay. Still tasted okay. There's also like for 7 people to eat was under $100. I know they're not, you know, making all that shit fresh back there. That's not possible. That's not conceivable. They're better at microwaving than I am, just for the record. If I microwaved it, it would not taste that good. They've got the expertise. Hello, Mouth. Hello, Mouth, by the way. If I wanted good food, like, my ass wouldn't be at the Olive Garden. I just wanted it to taste good. It doesn't have to be good.
Nice shot.
Hole in one? Easy hole in one? Oh, some backspin would have. That's probably straight in.
Nice hole.
Hello to you too. Hello to you. I know Mouth is pro Swiss Chalet. I'm not the only chalet head in here. Well, beauty. I will say though, listen, I had the breadsticks. I feel like the Cheddar Bay biscuits at Red Lobster are like they're the exception to the rule. The rule is people will say insane stuff like, oh, dude, you got to go to Cheesecake Factory. You got to eat the brown bread. It's delicious. Oh, you got to get the breadsticks at Olive Garden. They're tasty. Every time I end up eating at like a U.S. fast casual chain restaurant, the bread is literally just like, it's just cake. And then at Olive Garden, it's like it's cake plus salt and Italian seasoning, which is, I mean, I'm not going to say that it tastes bad. I'm not going to lie to you and say that like it's unpleasant, but it's more like when I eat it, I'm like, this is not bread. These are like King's Hawaiian rolls, but they're made into a log instead of a brick. Same with Subway. Pump the brakes. Italian herbs and cheese is in a class all of its own. Artisan bakers in France are trying to reverse engineer the recipe for Italian herbs and cheese. But they can't, because here's the secret. Manitoban xanthan gum. It's not, it's like pizza in New York. It's because the fucking water is so fucking disgusting. You have a pizza someplace with clean water, it doesn't taste as good as a place with dirty water. It's that Athabascan xanthan gum, man.
Nice shot.
Fuck you.
Chipping.
What a shot. There was like never a doubt in my mind. As soon as I saw the wind and our lie, I was like, it's going in. Anyway. Would love to know your thoughts on this. What did my ass eat? Oh, okay, listen. I have a new take, okay? So sometimes I'll order some food for pickup. Like for takeout. I don't know when we switched from takeout to pickup, but we don't need to get into that. It's a different rant for another day. And after I pay for it, it says something like, share your meal with everybody. And then it has like built-in like boilerplate copy. And it's like, I just ordered a yummy X at restaurant Y. I'll tell you what. I will tweet that. But I'm not tweeting it for free. If right before checkout, you say like, hey, if you tweet this, we'll take... Hold on, will we win the finals? Will we win the finals? Yes? No. You get 30 seconds. If you say we'll take $1, if you say we'll take 50 cents off the order, I would at least consider it. I might not take it because I don't want you to meet me at the restaurant, but I'd at least consider it. But for free, I'm not just gonna go on social media advertise for free. Are you crazy?
Nice shot.
Oh, if that went like 1 inch further, I think it's in, man. I have full belief in myself. Oh, it hopped over the hole. Very painful. Very painful. Still a good shot. You're not wrong. Par. I just don't want to see any birdies. Par. I think we made it. Like, there is no world in which... Like, I'm not saying you can't offer the suggestion, but I think you should also accept that I think it's insane that after I just paid you, like, $17 for $6 worth of food, you also want me to debase myself and tell people on the internet how stupid I am for doing it. If you want me, I'm starting to, and I've been saying this for like a month. It's still a recent take, but I'm also of the opinion. Ooh, that's a big ranking point. If you use the self-checkout at the grocery store, they should take like 2% off of your bill. Because I'm saving you, in theory, I'm saving you labor cost. Reality, I'm not, because whenever I scan anything, it says, stop trying to steal, criminal. We're sending someone over to just type in their code without even look at any of the shit that you put in on the scale. But that's a logistics problem with the way that you're running your fucking business, okay? That's not my fault. Will we win the finals? We did. So, I think if you take the self-checkout, there should be like a 2% self-checkout, rebate that comes at the end. And if you're like, oh, we don't want to give that kind of dividend to our customers, just say, would you like to donate your self-checkout fund to the charity, or would you like to just take it off on your card? And you're like, okay, some people will say charity at least. Also, I'm not saying I'm a hero, okay? When I go to the pet store, buy pet food, the thing on the prompt goes, would you like to donate $2 to pets in need? I say yes. That's all that it needs to be. We don't need to add the discomfort of the cashier. I'm sure it's a corporate mandate. They say, oh, thank you so much for the donation. You didn't have to do that. In fact, I would rather you didn't, because not just because it's $2, but also because, like, I'm not saying that they don't care, but also, like, you know what I mean? Like, I just put myself in their shoes. Like, everybody that donates $2 to a charity I'm not even involved with, I have to go like, thanks for doing a good thing for the charity that we don't even know. 98% of the money involved in the operations might just go to paying their salaries. They might do like 2% of it might go to pets in need, honestly. Like,
The contestant.
I'll do a roundup now and then. I'll round up, if I'm getting McDonald's for me, my wife, and my baby, I'll round up to the nearest dollar.
Round one.
Absolutely. Grocery stores only do that for tax purposes. Well, luckily, this isn't a grocery store, it's a pet store. So I think I'm in the clear. Over the log? Ooh, not bad. What's the baby's McDonald's order? Happy Meal, 4 chicken nuggets, yogurt, apple juice, and, book or toy, doesn't really matter. She doesn't eat the nuggets. She eats 1 bite of each of the 4 nuggets. Just enough to keep me honest, so I'm not eating hers.
Nice shot.
It's a little heavier than I would have liked. Oh, it's a lot heavier than I would have liked. I was hoping for 3.5. There's going to be a lot of eagles here. I'm in a world of hurt. Unless I get an eagle. Not looking too likely.
Nice on.
Not too bad. Take my par though.
Nice birdie.
What does a book from McDonald's contain? The one we got in our last Happy Meal was it was a biography of Rosalind Franklin. I know that sounds like a joke, but it's not. And I have a degree of biology that was teaching me some shit that I didn't even know. It was like, did you know Rosalind Franklin, her photographs are the ones that discovered the double helical structure of DNA, and then the other two dudes were like, let's leave her off the paper just for fun. I didn't know that. Watson and Crick? More like fucking something and prick. I don't want to say the most logical thing that you could make his name into. Because I'm not sure. I think it's one of those things that, like, in England, they say it, like, just for fun. But then, like, over here, it's much more of an insult. Yeah, more like waxing and cringe. True. True. That's pretty true. I think we want to be at, like, a 3.3.
Nice shot.
Touch heavy? Or is it? That's an insane shot.
Nice.
Backspin low. Okay, science. Explain that. Beauty.
Nice birdie.
I don't know. This is tough though, because like we got birdie, but like half the squad got eagles last time. So that's 4 points on top of a. Yeah, no, it's 4 points better than a birdie. A par only puts you 3. Oh, Jacob got a bogey! Jacob got a bogey! Jacob got a bogey! Sorry, Jacob! Stream snipe this. We made it to the semis. Nice stream sniping, you stream sniper. Yeah, well, stream snipe this. Oh, wait, you can't because you've been eliminated from the lobby. True. If this is Chibley's hole, you go 7 iron. It's basically none wind. So I'm compensating for the green and then full send.
Nice shot.
What is this casino? What are you talking about?
Nice on.
What are you talking about with the casino? Don't worry about the casino. You let me worry about the casino. We're not here for your money. We're here for the bank's money. Your money is FDIC insured. Casinos to win the finals, not qualify. Okay. Well, we didn't win the finals, so I'm going to hit no on that one. I'm just kidding. Delete and return points. Start a prediction. Will we make the finals? I watched Heat yesterday. I rewatched Heat this weekend. Still insanely good. Dude. A lot of people got a similarly great idea. It is a great movie. This movie is good. And your cast is all the way up it. I don't remember all the quotes from Heat, so instead I'm just gonna like make up some quotes. You can come to my house. You can fuck my wife. But you do not get to watch my frickin' TV! Pretty close? Pretty close? Oh, this is making it. There's no shot it's making it. But what if it did? I think we got it betwixt and land on the fairway.
Nice shot.
Set up a plausible chip in. The Heat? No, we don't talk about Melissa McCarthy movies here. Did that chip in? Did that chip in go in? Did they chip it in? I'd love to be at like a debaser. Like a debaser. Like a 2.15. Nature's Backspin.
Nice on.
Is Donbo the good ramen restaurant? It's one of a few for sure. Donbo's legit. It is a chain. There's something weird about ramen.
Nice birdie.
Like any other restaurant, if you were like, oh, the best restaurant in my city, the best hamburger restaurant in my city is a chain restaurant, people would be like cultural wasteland. But like every city in North America is like, we have Donbo, we have Santoka. Oh, we're eliminated. They got tons of locations, but they're all amazing.
Nice game.
It was still well played. I can't be that upset about the way that went down. We'll probably lose some ranking points though. Jinya, listen, friends don't let friends eat Jinya ramen, okay? It's not that the ramen is that bad. It's that, let's go! The ramen is not that good and also is more expensive than it should be. And also, God help you if you're trying to dine in the restaurant. Like, it's like, we're not like a normal restaurant. We're like a cool restaurant. Table for two, come back in 90 minutes and have some like 6 out of 10 ramen at a 10 out of 10 price. I am anti-Jinya, quite frankly. I mean, you'll wait for Donbo. You might wait for Santoka. But those are like what's the word I'm looking for? Those restaurants are conceited. They're just like good old-fashioned. What do you mean, will we make the finals? We did not. Okay. Those are just places where you go and eat food. Jinya is like, we're a cultural experience, kind of, not even like a Japanese cultural experience, but it's like, we're like, what if a nightclub made ramen? And I'm like, no thanks. But on the other hand, I have been known to eat at a Cactus Club now and then, so I'm just, that's the thing, is everybody's wrong about some things and everybody's right about some things. I wouldn't say Jinya is like inedible. It's just not worth the... you have other options, let's put it that way. I mean, if your ass is at Jinya, cross the street and go to the H Mart food court. You're not going to get ramen, for the record. I'm basically just going to tell you to go to Zach Curry. Go get some katsu curry at the H Mart food court. You can get some Korean food if you want. Marutama is also good. The only thing I say about Marutama is that both times I've eaten there, it gave me incredible diarrhea. The ramen tasted amazing, and I seem to be the only person with the problem. I know you've heard this story 20 times before. Also, apparently I have diarrhea a lot, so maybe I'm not the guy you should be asking about diarrhea opinions, but that makes me a connoisseur. I'm kind of an expert, really. Do you have IBS? No. I just got food poisoning once this year with 2 separate virus, well, bacterias. And then I then got norovirus from my daughter who got it from her daycare, I guess. And then apart from that, everything's fine except for Marutama makes me have diarrhea for some reason. Everything else is okay. That was last time I ate a Marutama was probably like 9 years ago. But anyway, Marutama, if you don't have my digestive tract, Marutama is delicious. Nothing wrong with it. In fact, lots of things right with it.
Round one.
20-mile-an-hour winds. We're going to club down. This one, I think you got to accept you'll probably overshoot. And then just give me some backspin. Give me like some 3.8 backspin. Whoa! Actually, kind of worked out still. Might have gotten a little lucky. Whoa, that's going to be off the green. Whatever. Accept your par. I would say accept the par. My man's a medical disaster? I mean, not really. What's your Peloton output like? My 45-minute ride today was like, wow, what a chip. Was like, I averaged like 197 watts for 45 minutes. And then, I mean, in the cool down ride, it was more like 110 watts, but you're not supposed to measure your output really then anyway. It's more of like you're just cooling it down. I'd rather chip this one. Told you.
Chip goes dirty.
But you won't do Power Zone? I want to do Power Zone. What I want to have done is have already done the FTP. But just signing up for a class that's like, hey, this 20-minute class is going to make you want to die. I'm like, that doesn't sound like fun. Let me do like a 45-minute Hannah Corbin vinyl vault ride. And then when everyone else is like, I'm just here to have a good time, I'm like, I'm here to pass your ass on the leaderboard. It's just so much fun racing against people who don't know that they're in the race with you because it's a lot easier. It's just 20 minutes. It's not that hard. I don't know. Sounds kind of annoying. But then I also don't understand, like when you do Power Zone rides, aren't they mostly, like endurance rides are the bulk of your programming, and they're mostly Zone 2 and Zone 3? But isn't Zone 2 and Zone 3 is like, I can do this all day, Captain America? Like the rides that I'm doing right now, I could not do all day. My ass is getting beaten up.
Nice shot.
Zone 3, no. Zone 2, yes. Zone 2 is better than is better for aerobic base building. But if Zone 2 is so good for aerobic base building, then wouldn't like being at Zone 4 for the same amount of time be even better? Man completely invalidates all of modern physical education with one simple question. If you can do it like that, then that is your Zone 2. My Zone 4 is my Zone 2. I'm just trying to understand here. I think I want to be like a 3.5. I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe. I want to. I want to.
Nice shot.
But just the test itself sounds annoying. So I'm being lazy about it. Possibly like working harder by being lazy too. But that's the way it always goes, right?
Nice one.
Isn't there like a... Can't I just plug like my numbers into a formula? Because that's the way this shit works to begin with, right? Whoa. What the hell? Like your FTP is supposed to be 60 minutes, but instead they make it 20 because nobody's got time for that. And then they like multiply it by a scalar value or something. I'll take it.
Nice par.
Can't I just take like my best or my average output on a 45-minute ride and then scale it by like the extra 15 minutes that it would be missing and then be like, oh, my FTP is like 210 or something? Define a scalar. It's discrete. It's discrete is the thing. What's your leaderboard goal when you ride? It depends, I would say. I'm not gonna say that I don't have one, but it does depend on the ride. You got, and this is the nuance you get into when you're dealing with the instructors, right? If you're doing a Hannah Corbin ride, you can't be like top 10%, because it's all octogenarians in there trying to listen to Donna Summer like one last time. If you're doing like an Emma Lovewell 45-minute Hidden Hills ride, you can't expect to be in the top 10% either, because like there's some serious, gamers going on in there. But I would say on average, I try to be in the top 10%. And sometimes I'm in the top 2%, and sometimes I'm in the top 40%, but it happens. Dude, if they made a 45-minute Sufjan Stevens ride, I'd be the top 0%. My ass would be like, took my bike to the lake, brought my shovel, brought my rake, took my boy to the swing, let him swing, let them ring. Bought my friends Italian beef, make them fart and make them queef. Abraham Lincoln was governor here. Only a steel man can be allowed.
Nice shot.
If you know what I'm talking about? Sufjan Stevens? Is that an actual song? Yeah, I remembered the lyrics. I wrote the lyrics. I got that off Kazaa. Is that not right? Oh, you piece! I know, all the new Sufjan Stevens heads, they haven't listened to Illinois. It's a little too conventional for my taste, Dad. I prefer the age of ads, where every song, I have known you for just a little while. I listen to that shit too. I get down with all of it, man. Carrie and Lowell, best album. It just came out, right? It was 2012, something like that. $2018? It's too modern for my taste. I'm going to be around a 3.5 here.
Nice shot.
Now, I'd like to apologize to Chiblee because I didn't use the 7-iron on that one.
Nice on.
But that was a special case because of the wind, okay? Oh, did you see the way it drizzled in? Didn't trickle in, it drizzled in. If Sufjan Stevens made actually an album for every state, here's a good question for you. What state would be the best? Now, it's possible that Illinois is the best. A lot of people like the Michigan album, too. I'm not trying to insult the Michigan album. A lot of people, many people are saying it's one of the best albums Sufjan Stevens ever made about a U.S. state. I think that's, listen, my heart says Sufjan Stevens could make a crazy California album, but I also feel like he could make a nuts Alaska. I feel like he could go crazy on the Alaska. Did our server break? No. And I'd love to hear that Hawaii album too. Oops. Somebody's closer. Jacob doesn't touch it. Which state would be the worst? I feel like a Delaware album would be pretty shitty. Like, what's he gonna write about? They're the first state, but they haven't done anything except be like a tax haven. No, all the American southern states are gonna go hard because there's like so much trauma to mine from the Civil War. And then I feel like the states people are saying, like, what about North Dakota? Well, I feel like North Dakota, like, Sufjan, he does well with empty space. He lets it envelop, and then he develops. I gotta think about, like, I'm thinking, like, Delaware. Rhode Island? Like, what's he gonna say about Rhode Island? Do a new theme song for the Quahog clan? I don't think so. I don't see it happening, quite frankly. Let me get a 3.3 with backspin, please. Don't embarrass yourself, by the way. If you're from Rhode Island, I'm not saying your state sucks. I'm just saying Sufjan Stevens' album about your state would probably not be the best album of all the states. In fact, I'm saying it would be the worst album, probably, but... What a shot, by the way. Almost bricked it a little. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. My new catchphrase, saying uh-oh in an increasingly annoying timbre. And then going, ooh. So good. I hate to say it, by the way. It kind of drives me crazy. But like all those videos where they put the Subway Surfer clip like next to a classic movie, it really does help my attention. Like, it's not like I am like, as soon as I start watching a clip from My Dinner with Andre, like I get bored. Because I respect it. But like, I'm way more likely to watch the whole thing when the Subway Surfer video's on it. And I realize, by the way, that I'm not even paying attention to what's going on in the Subway Surfer video. I'm just doing it. Like, I'm just watching that, and then like Wallace Shawn is in the background. Have you ever considered that actually man's task in life is to always surmount a challenge and then find themselves with another challenge to be surmounted, and it's our lot in life to be unsatisfied, but trick ourselves into thinking that we're making progress when actually we're just running on a hedonistic treadmill? And I'm like, oh shit. I think it's helping out. We did win the finals. Oh god, I'm relating. And every time I like open the thing, I open the video, I'm like, I'm not gonna watch the Subway Surfer this time. And then like 3 seconds into it, I'm like, he got all the coins. Look at that, he got all the coins. What came first, by the way? Subway Surfer or Despicable Me Minion Rush? Subway Surfer? Okay, fair enough. I was like, hey, does anyone else realize that Subway Surfer is just Despicable Me Minion Rush reskinned? Are you guys not familiar with the Game Loft oeuvre? Dude, they should make a. Check it out. Here's those videos with Subway Surfer, but for Gen X, and it's like millennial humor or Gen Z humor. But then in the corner, it's got a little video of like Nirvana Unplugged playing. Oh, dude, that would go fucking crazy. And they would be like, I'm sick of being the most hated generation that was forgotten. When I got home from school, my mom wasn't even there. She just gave me a key. But that was back when MTV still played music, baby. So it wasn't so bad. But I hate that, oh, boomers fighting, millennials fighting, me, Gen Z in the corner, num, 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 eating a snack until my mom comes home from work.
Nice shot.
God, that shit would go hard. This is one of the worst shots I've ever hit. Never mind, it's actually completely fine. Yeah, it's completely fine. Be like a 2.8 none backspin. You don't want to leave this one too short, that's the thing. Oh, that was close, man.
Nice move.
Please don't do me dirty like that. Still good.
Nice call.
Rigged casino? Why? What's the problem with the casino? Ever been to Funky Winter Beans? It sounds like a holiday coffee shop. I know it's a music venue. I don't think I've been to a single music venue in Vancouver, except for the Orpheum and the Queen Elizabeth Theatre. There isn't one? Excuse me, what about the Fox Cabaret? You could go, like, maybe get stabbed at the Cobalt, too, right? There isn't a casino? Well, good, then there's nothing to rig. You got nothing to worry about. Just enjoy the on-screen product. Probably just send it. Let God sort it out. Little backspin would have hit nice, but that's okay. Very scary putt. Don't miss on the power too much. That's the problem here. Oh, a little sauce. Little sauce, and that was in. Still looked good. You see how many people landed in the water there? I'm feeling okay. I'm feeling like Sensaball is keeping us here. Who's your favorite VTuber? I'd have to say it's between Ed the Sock and Triumph the Insult Comic Dog. Hello, Bear Taffy. Thank you for the resubscription and the emote, the pleasant emote. I don't want to go off on a rant here, but does anybody else think that the rise of Vocaloids actually started with the popularity of Triumph the Insult Comic Dog? No? All right. I would just love to know your thoughts on it. Hey, by the way, was Ninja right? Is the world ready for this take yet? Not about the dominating mid braless wife tweet, but about when he said, I don't understand how the NFL allows kickers that just miss kicks. I know this was last weekend now. It's not the weekend that just passed. Did you see the game where the kicker missed 4 extra point attempts in a row? He just missed another one yesterday. How does that happen? Like you gotta. Oh, one got blocked. Okay, I'm not gonna. That's not the same level of disrespect then. Oh, what was that? But like as an NFL kicker, you gotta be like on PATs, you gotta be 98%, right? Oh, so close. Oh, it got blocked because he missed. Little heavy, bro. It's not that high since they moved it back. Ah, I forgot that they are changing things in the NFL. Like they recently added another week. Oh no! My ass is dead. They also recently added more hops. But still, like to miss 4 in a row. I was feeling for the kicker, obviously, but I was also feeling for the coach. Like, what do? Do you say, hey, go out there and kick the extra point? Obviously, you're going to make it, and we need you to get some confidence back. And then he goes out and he misses it again, and you're like, what the fuck, dude? Really? Chill out. Can you just make a kick? Or do you pull him out and then risk it possibly ruining his career that he like went into the offseason cold? I don't know, it's kind of crazy. He also hit 2 40-yard field goals. Well, that makes up for 6 missed extra points. But like literally makes up for it. Like his ass is at 0, which I do not think is good for a kicker. Isn't like Adam Vinatieri the highest scoring NFL player of all time? Like being a kicker is free points. I'm saying it's easy, okay? That's all. I'm not trying to say. I'm trying to say I could do it. Easily. Yeah, this will work. It's in the bunker. Or is it over the... Please don't sleep on this app weekly. Don't. It's only Monday. Got plenty of week left. Don't worry about it. In the slightest, what was that? It wasn't even backspin. It was just spin, spin. My man was just spinning. Bro, live NL is way worse than YouTube NL. You're the one who spent 100 bits on me, idiot. Imagine spending $1 on something you hate. Like willfully. Also, it's the same guy. I don't mean you're the same guy who said that before. I mean, like, it's this. Where do you think YouTube NL comes from? All right, I did not make it. All respect to the gamers on this one. I see there's some upgraded drip. You see Glass Onion yet? Nope. Nope.
Finish.
Go ahead, let's do it. Still haven't seen the bear yet. It's good? No kidding. Still making progress. You see that 90s show? No, I never will. You don't have to examine yourself. Like, it's really up to you. You can live with contradictions the way every human does. But if you aspire to some level of self-improvement, and you always talk about how like Marvel movies are the same shit and you hate them for ruining cinema, and then you watched that 90s show the weekend, I should say, when it came out, you got to search within yourself. Did you see that 70s show? Probably seen, if I had to guess, I bet I've seen 85% of the episodes. I was like 10 when it started to air.
Go.
Will we make the semifinals? Seen the menu? Nope. Have not, no. Seen Shawshank Redemption? Yep, yep. That was like maybe 4 years ago now. I have seen that. Everything Everywhere All at Once? Have not seen it yet. Have not seen it.
The contestant.
Star Wars? Yep. Seen Star Wars. The Godfather? No, but I did see a clip of it with Subway Surfers adjacent to it. So I saw more of The Godfather than I've ever seen.
Round 1.
Scary Movie 1 to 4? Oh yeah. I think I may have seen 5 too, but don't tell them I told you.
Nice shot.
Oh. That's the most beautiful betwixt I've ever done. With none wins, we made it straight through. It's a tough one. I think you go full power and pray. Little backspin would hit the spot. No, you piece of garbage. Obviously, it was my fault, but like I'm mad at the game. Because if I didn't hold this gyroscope in my hand, I wouldn't have been aware of my error and would have gone on thinking that, like, I'm infallible. Little pain. That's okay. Who's your favorite C-list actor? I don't know. Good question. I have no idea. C-list actor. Leonardo DiCaprio? Ice-T? He's not SVU. He's not as... Don Cheadle? These are not C-list actors. Mine is Felicia Day. I don't know what happened. Like, maybe it's to me. But I hate every piece of, like, extreme millennial media ever made. I don't hate the people that made it, just to be clear. But, like, the idea of watching an episode of The Guild, it just doesn't strike me as something I want to do. Or the same thing, like, and this is, everyone's with me, like, on that one, I think. But then they're going to lose me on this next one, because I'm about to say, or Community. And I watched Atrioc watch an episode of Community, and I was like, I get that this is funny, but also I sort of hate that it obviously knows it's funny as well. I guess and I'm not saying Community's not good. I'm simply saying that kind of like precocious, I don't know, like funny writing that's clever kind of annoys me. I prefer like shit that makes you like laugh because you're like uncomfortable with it. Instead of like, wow, that is true. How this, is just, I'm not going to insult Community by comparing it to Family Guy necessarily. I'm just saying. Like, compare the funniest quote ever from Community to 4 nons, Jeremy. 4 nons. I know who I'm taking, okay? That's all. I'm not saying you can't enjoy Community. There's worse shows. No doubt about it.
Nice shot.
Seinfeld sucks. You don't have to do the thing where, like, I made fun of your favorite show, so you insult a show that I think is pretty good, okay? We can all just accept that all these shows are good and bad. The thing is, it's about our personality that changes them. Some shows are just bad, I guess.
Nice shot.
That could be in the hole. Just need a renegade gust of wind. Oh, no. No.
Nice on.
Your stream style is more like community, though. I know. It's my cross to bear. I guess I'm glad there's some people out there that like it. No!
Nice pawn.
Like that, I think it's the difference between like Chibley and myself. Chibley just says things that are funny. I say jokes. And sometimes they make people laugh. But what Chibley says is funny. I don't know how to describe it. It's not he doesn't say jokes. There's no premise, like follow up and then double down. It's Chibley will just be like, it do be fartin'. And I'm like, that's like, I know I use the same comparison every time, but I'm like Salieri when Mozart is like annotating or dictating how the symphony should be like, and then no, it should be like this, and like the joke, her pussy do be farting is like appearing in my head, and I'm like, scratch, how did you come up with that? I don't know, it just sort of, I'm just saying things. He's just saying, why would God give such a incredible natural talent to such a petulant individual? I don't. Her pussy be farting, though. I know it smell crazy in there, like.
Nice shot.
Meanwhile, I can't make my own magic flute opera. The closest I can get is a damned facsimile, a facile impression of greatness. People will really be like, I'm not going to use your pronouns. It's too much to remember. By the way, can I have a footlong cold cut combo on Italian herbs and cheese with orange cheese, toasted, lettuce, tomato, onions, red peppers, cucumbers, black olives, hot peppers, and just one line of mayonnaise, please? Like, it's, you can tell. Oh, no. You can tell it's trying to be the real thing, but it's just not quite there.
Nice on.
Oh! No oil and vinegar? Bro, I'm not going to put oil and vinegar on my Subway sandwich. It's not a real sandwich. I don't want it to start thinking it's a real sandwich. Oh, and just, can I just get a hint of oil and vinegar? No, it's garbage. I'm shoving a loaf of garbage in my mouth, and that's fine. But let's not give it the air that I'm actually like this is not the Top Chef introduction. You know, or not Top Chef, Master Chef. Like they're just slinging whatever on top of it that I tell them to do. That would be a great bit, though. What about the Top Chef? Excuse me, the Master Chef intro. Excuse me, the Chef's Table intro. I finally got it right. But it's just someone assembling a Subway sandwich like really badly. Because the central conceit of that show is that all the food looks amazing, which it does. It does. Can't deny that. It's a really tough shot. No. This is such a community bit. You shut the fuck up, okay? You come in here being toxic like that, saying I remind you of Community. Next you're gonna tell me this reminds you of like your favorite episode of Buffy the Vampire Slayer or some shit like that. This reminds me of my favorite song from Dr. Horrible's sing-along blog. The cake is a lie.
Nice approach.
OMG, it does. No, no!
Nice pawn.
I mean, I don't get it. The ruins of Pompeii. I just don't get it. I didn't watch any Buffy the Vampire Slayer. I was a little too young for it. I really feel like that's like a... I'm eliminated. Son of a... It's just like a little too... like that for me, Buffy the Vampire Slayer is like the Gen X to millennial delineation.
Finish.
You watched Gilmore Girls? Nope. That's a very Lorelai thing to assume. Eight steps forward, one step back, but... I watch Buffy and I'm 2 years younger. Okay, and you know, there's probably some fucking dripped out 80-year-olds that are hitting the gritty, but that doesn't mean it's not like a Zoomer thing, you know? Just because there's one person who's 32 and watched Buffy the Vampire Slayer when I said I was a little bit too young for it. I'm not trying to say that it's like, you know, no person under my age has ever seen Buffy the Vampire Slayer. That's crazy. Just the ones with self-respect who tried to be part of their generation instead of their older sister's generation. Will we make the finals? No, we did not. Will we make the semifinals? Appealing to generational norms is lame. You can watch Buffy the Vampire Slayer. It's not. I'm not trying to say you can't watch it if you're like 20. You can do whatever you want. Just don't involve me in the slightest. Don't be like a high school senior now watching my videos. Go to college in a year and then send me a video that's like, I'm so, or not a video, but a tweet that's like, I'm so drunk right now. Just wanted you to know I love your videos. I do appreciate it. Drink some water.
Here we go.
Have a good sleep. Sleep longer than you think you need to sleep. And if you're like, why didn't you reply? It's because you're not because I got my own shit going on. No disrespect.
The contestant.
It's not that interesting. Well, you did. I feel like the damn architect in the Matrix. You think you're the first person to be a fan of me in high school, then go to college, get irresponsibly drunk, send me a tweet that's like, I just wanted you to know I love you, man. Also, have you ever considered making the YouTube thumbnails so that it shows that you're looking in the right instead of the left? Thanks, love your videos. And then go on and get a job in software engineering and then like stop tweeting inane shit because you're slowly getting older and then release like an engagement announcement and then be like, we're welcoming our first child. This is like the 30th iteration of this, okay?
Nice shot.
Don't put me in the rough. Well, at least they didn't put me in the bunker. There's always that. Oh. Oh, no. That's all right. The rough is, in many situations, any golfer will tell you this, is actually easier to hit out of the rough. You think it's a conspiracy that the human body needs 8 hours to sleep? What? It doesn't need 8 hours to sleep. It needs 8 hours of sleep to feel good. What are you talking? We need 8 hours to sleep. Everyone would be awake all the damn time. Anyway, let me tell you something. I am very sleep pilled.
Nice on.
Given the choice of activities available to me, listen, it's different. If it's 1 p.m., I don't want to sleep. I want to have a nice lunch. I want to do the dishes. I want to sit down on the couch for half an hour and watch like some kind of boring shit on the television. That's it. But if it's like 9 p.m., what did Chip in, by the way? If it's 9:30 p.m., I would rather go to bed with an extra hour that I found in my lap than do almost anything else. The other thing was, man, when I was in college and I would get like hungover, I would be like, holy cow, this hangover is like horrible. Alcohol is the devil. And then, like, we leave college, you stop having thirsty Thursdays and drinking like 17 beers at trivia night. I would have like a night where I get like 4 hours of sleep, and I would be like, oh, I feel so hungover right now, but I didn't drink last night. You realize like fully 50% of the pain of a hangover just comes from getting shit sleep. I guess it's almost worse when you're drunk because you like go to sleep at X time and then you get up 8 hours later, but your ass just like did not rest. Just like horrendous sleep.
Nice shot.
I never sleep because sleep is the cousin of death. Okay, well, you know what? Good for you, Nas. Keep it in a New York state of mind or whatever. How about this?
Nice shot.
Don't put a curve on me. That actually could have been in if it weren't for that curve.
Nice one.
Why did the M&M Corporation stop using the M&Ms? Why are they using Maya Rudolph now? I'm not against it. Like, it's, every culture has its corporate spokespeople. Times, what a horrendous putt. Oh, you're absolutely right. It must be a Super Bowl commercial lead up. It's Baby Nut 2.0. Yeah,
Nice call.
makes perfect sense. Wow, Joe! What a shot, Joseph. Baby Nut's still alive. I wish the worst for him. Someone's got to take matters into their own hands. I mean, there's no coincidence. January 2020, Baby Nut. March 2020, COVID-19. You think that, like, around that period, maybe, like, October, November 2019, they opened up, like, an old tomb in Egypt or something like that? And then, like, there was, like, an honorable guy who's like, I'm here for the hieroglyphics. But then there was, like, some guy who's like, I'm here for the treasure. And maybe it's, like, his wife's sister, wife's brother, I should say. And then they found the tomb, and they was like, look at this, the lost king of Nefertiti. This has so much cultural importance. And then over in the corner, there's Nigel, no! Like a flock of fucking bad SoundCloud rappers and anti-vaccine rhetoric and the disease itself, and then also Baby Nut comes flying out and young Sheldon. What have you done? I'm sorry, baby. I didn't know it was your turn. Oh, I did not mean to be so rude. It wasn't. Pentaveret comes out. Okay, we got to take the wheel and steer on this one. Let me get like a 1.5. 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 Ooh. Not bad. Could have used a little more.
Nice on.
Actually, I'd rather be chipping here. Maybe this is bad. Hey, new rule. If my putter can't make it, like, I should be able to chip. New no-nos. Son of a mother. Ugh. They should have let me putt. You should have bought a squirrel. Par. Makes me sick. Was that a Comedy Bang Bang reference? No, I invented new no-nos recently. It's kind of weird because in 2002, I was at a bar with an unsettlingly tall man, and the back of him looked an awful lot like someone who had a cameo in Austin Powers and Goldmember. Came up with all these awesome bits like Hey Nong Man and What's Up Hot Dog, All Joke in a Salad, New No-Nos and stuff. And then I started listening to the freaking podcasts. Everyone says you gotta listen to Comedy Bang Bang. I listen to it as my own jokes, just repeated back to me, and I'm laughing my ass off because it's hilarious. Give me full power on this one.
Nice shot.
It's about as good as you could expect, I guess. Okay, it'd be real nice if this one found its way in. It's like a 2 with backspin. Nope. Pretty close.
Nice approach. Nice par.
Putt to win? No, I'm pretty sure my ass is gone. We'll see. We'll see. Hey NL, I'm in France right now. My work productivity has skyrocketed now that the stream is at night. Any opinions on the French? Not really. Seems cool. Never been. Paris isn't. Maybe this is. I don't know if this is offensive or if you're from Paris, you're like, thank God. It's not really like a bucket list vacation destination for me. I can be condescended to in my own hometown. I don't need to get on an airplane for that. I'm from Paris, I agree. I'm from Paris, do not come here. Some of you guys are pretty cool. Ooh, I lived. I'm not insulting Paris. Okay, we made the finals, but that means we definitely made the semis. I think France has got a great thing going on. Seems like they got great culture, great history, great food, great wine, great cheese. It's a world-class city. It seems like I don't want to go over there and screw it up, quite frankly. They got a good thing going on. I don't want to mess with it for them. You guys, you're doing great work. I'm going hands off. You don't need me. There's other places in the world that need me right now. This is like a straight up 3.6.
Nice shot.
I hate this green. Someone got a hole in one. What the fuck? I heard it. Mad. Okay, I think you probably got this one. Well played, by the way. That was not an easy shot. I'm mad it wasn't me. I don't care that something good happened to you. It should have happened to me instead. Wait, did I get par? They all got birdies? I was not ready for this. Just got back from Vancouver. Have you considered adding a left turn lane to the city? You're preaching to the damn choir. If Bear's still here, I'm sure he'll tell you the same thing. It's like his enduring memory of being in Vancouver is they don't make a... There's no fucking left turn lights in the whole city. But, again, I think they do it because they want driving to be annoying so that you drive less. But my ass is not going to stop.
Finish.
Slight downtick, that's okay. It's annoying. Anytime I have to turn left, I'm like, this shit is annoying. People are like, 3 rights is a left? Yeah, but like, listen, 3 rights is a left. But also, it depends. Sometimes you need to turn left at intersection X. For 3 rights to equal a left, you have to go 1 intersection past. Sometimes your ass needs to turn left 1 intersection past, puts you on like a fucking bridge or something like that. So you're like, okay, I'll just do the next intersection. And then you're like next to the water for 18 blocks, and you're like, what the hell am I supposed to do? I'm just stuck driving straight over and over. Plus, all the other ones are fucking one way. And listen, instead, what I do is I turn left, and I just like, it just takes forever. Will we make the finals? We did, but this was not... I'm deleting this. This is not the way we were supposed to run this casino. Will we make the semis? Also, like, I'll just be straight up with you. Could I take 3 rights? Yes, but no, I'm not going to do that. I need to turn left. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to say, fuck you and fuck me. I'll wait at this damn light. I'll wait at the corner of fucking West 4th and Alma with 3 cars in front of me. It'll take 5 lights for all of us to get through. You know why? Because I'm not in a fucking rush. I'll just catch me in my car. I saw your picture, your name in lights above it. This is your big debut. It's like a dream come true. And when you smile for the camera. And then this is like 7 lights changing. I'm going like this in my car. I'm going like, person in front of me, you just see them going, ah, da, 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 beating their steering wheel. Bang, it will come back to you. Bang, it will come back to you. Oh. Ooh. And then sometimes I'll sing the Steely part. Then the shutter falls all before. It's your favorite foreign movie. Oh. Backspin. Sure. Amazing approach.
Nice approach.
4th Avenue needs to be nerked? Nerked? Yo, hold on. You were zerking it? It needs to be nuked. I'm used to nuked and I'm used to nerfed. Instead I said nerked. Yeah, I can't even remember why my ass... Oh, I remember why my baby was like, I don't want to go for a walk. I don't want to nap in my crib. I want to go for a ride in the car. I was like, okay. Catch my ass driving out in Kitsilano for some dumb fucking reason. Getting stuck in 900 car long lineups on streets I've never seen before in my entire life. My ass on West 4th. Speed limit 100 kilometers an hour. Side parking so people can buy like $95 colanders and stuff like that. Are you crazy? It's not Kitsilami, okay? It's Kitsilano. It's like when someone on the subreddit said, "Can someone please tell me what Yeez Yawn is? YEEZ space YAWN." It got me so good. They're talking about Yi Zhan, the Super Auto Pets Auto Battler. I was like, what the hell is Yeez Yawn? Pets, Super Auto Pets. What do you think of Vancouver Island? They should just build a bridge. My ass is not getting on the ferry. My horny ass could never be on the BC ferry that long. I like Victoria. I like being in Victoria. I haven't been to like Tofino, even though I hear it's amazing. It's just such a hassle. I really thought the wind would... Oh, it is pulling us back. Never mind, I'm vindicated. Like Dashboard Confessional. It's just so annoying to get there. When I'm there, I'm like, this is awesome. When I'm going there, I'm like, this place better be awesome. Oh, you liar. Okay, nice putts, you golf psychos. Would you consider yourself a utilitarian? I'm just like a guy. Birdie, 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 par. Birdie. Like when something happens to me, I have to make a decision. I don't have to go like, or I don't go like, what would a utilitarian do in this situation? I go, oh shit, what the fuck am I gonna do? I lived? Nope. See you now. That's gonna hurt. Oh, that one's gonna hurt a lot. He's deontologically complete? What the heck is deontology? Is it like a dinosaur or something?
Finish.
I do remember once, you know, in college, you just meet people. You'll be out walking through the John Deutsch University Center. You'll see a sign that says free pizza for this club. You walk in, even though you're not a member of the club, you grab a slice of free pizza, you start talking to some people. I could not for the life of me remember how this situation came to pass. But there was like, I don't want to call it like an anarchist newspaper, but like a counterculture zine on campus. Somehow we found ourselves having a couple of beers with like the writers of it in the newsroom. And I just remember like me and like a couple of friends of mine were there, and they were all there, and they were talking about like Dadaism, and I was like, what the fuck is happening here? I actually have, with no disrespect, I didn't say this, but I was like, I have no idea what the hell what they're saying means. Like, I'm 19 years old. We're talking about like extreme philosophical issues on a Saturday. I have nothing else with this story. That's the only thing I remember. I still, to this day, I don't know what Dadaism is.
Round one.
NL hasn't read The Stranger? I've read The Stranger! Mother died today, or maybe it was yesterday. You think I don't know that shit? Who is Albert Camus? .3.8. Backspin. Oh no, my water! Let me hit from the beach. I can make it. Oh! That's no, dude, I'm not in the water. I'm on the sand. The water's lapping me.
Nice shot.
My ass is dead. Unless... No, I'm pretty dead. By the way, Philly has the largest collection of American Duchamp works. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know what that means. And I definitely don't know who asked. Who the hell is a Duchamp? He's a Dadaist? What is Dada? Nobody's defining what Dada is. It's an absurdist art movement? You mean like Leonardo da Vinci? I mean, come on, the Vitruvian Man? What am I supposed to believe? That this guy's got 6 arms? Plus 2. I can't. I'm so knowledgeable about art and the arts.
Nice
And
shot.
such as... Oh, man. That's a community bit? Yeah, I can see it. I was proud of myself, though. Embarrassingly enough. Ooh.
Nice shot.
I usually watch the videos in 2x speed. Okay, I usually don't ask. And yet again, I continue to... That was not necessarily... Listen, I'm tilted that I got like a triple bogey on the last hole, and it was a par 3. Yo, he responded. Owned. My petulant behavior got a 34-year-old man to acknowledge my existence. What the hell are you talking about? Okay, no backspin. It's not enough. It's pretty close, though.
Nice approach.
Was crap a curse word when you were a kid? I don't know. I probably wouldn't feel comfortable saying crap in front of my parents until I was like maybe 11. But I definitely remember we ate at the Buffet Delight on Gardeners Road. Maybe it's Bath Road. I can't remember. I ate there with my parents and my grandparents, and we're in the 4th grade, swearing up a storm, you know, frig this, frig that. And I just remember, like, I was getting annoyed because my grandpa was he was like, hey, you got to eat, like, some more of this stuff. Hey, why don't you try this? I just remember I said, hey, frig off, I don't want to eat it. And then everyone looked at me, and I was like, oh. I was like so embarrassed that I said frig in front of my parents. And then I was even more embarrassed because they were clearly like making fun of me about the fact that it's not even a bad word at all. So it was like already I broke the code. And then also they were like, why were you even keeping a secret that you say frig? And I was like, frig off. I don't care.
Finish.
I was laughing so hard too when this was like a week ago, but Dick Hammer made the tweet that like he was talking to a mom at Girl Scouts or something, and the mom was like, "Check out what my daughter just wrote me," and it's a note that just says, "Fuck you, mom." They're like 8 years old or something, so it's spelled wrong. Dude, kids are so funny. It's the kind of thing like when you see it, you'd think that maybe it would like break your heart, but I think I would be laughing. Like I looked after my daughter for 6 days. Straight. You know, sun up to sundown, rolling around, see where the bad guys are to be found and make them lay down. Changed all the diapers, did all the baths, cooked the meals, handled the naps, etc., okay? I planted the wheat.
Let's go.
I watered the crops. I harvested the grain. I milled it into flour. And then I shared the bread. Mommy comes home. This morning, I wake her up.
Contestant.
She's like, Daddy. I hug her. I put her down. She starts pushing me. I don't want you. I don't like you. I want mommy. Didn't even like affect my feelings at all. I was just like,
Round one.
kids will be kids, man. She wants mommy. And then I was like, Kate, I got a live one for you. And then I went down and I had breakfast.
Nice shot.
More? More of a hop, please.
Nice on.
Yeah, my kid -2 to me. That's okay. She +2 stuff I do that is not funny at all, too. Oh!
Nice birdie.
What a shot. Gonna embarrass you at this party. I was also laughing. If anybody from the daycare is watching this, you know it was a great birthday party this weekend. Great sandwiches, great pizza, potato chips, sparkling water. There was a bouncy castle at the venue. There was a playground right outside. It was a great birthday party. Everything was handled very well. When we left the birthday party, I said, how was that? She said, that was a bad party. I was like, what the hell? Literally just got like a homemade cupcake and snacks and got to play with your friends and like, you know, grab balloons and stuff like that. You got the audacity to say it's a bad party. We went to the playground next to the party for like half an hour. She was like, this is the best playground ever. This is the best playground ever. Then after we were done, I was like, so how was the party? She was like, it was pretty good. I didn't realize she had such high standards, man.
Nice shot.
Mid. She's just like me. How about this? How about just gonna sneak right by you, Meta?
Nice shot.
Oh, it's betwixt. Oh, it's in the bunker? The bunker? I was having a great time at the party. I mean, come on, the sandwiches, El Gato del Formaggio. Plus, like a guilt-free opportunity to eat potato chips. What makes it guilt-free? I don't have access to the bag. I only have access to the bowl. I mean, come on, that's self-limiting. Like Campylobacter's supposed to be. I'm not going to go back and be like, hey, could you give me the bag? That's degenerate. Don't backspin me. Come on.
Nice on.
No, I did not eat the entire bowl myself. I ate like one handful.
Nice birdie.
Because someone's got to look after the kid at the party. I was like, you sit in the chair. Daddy's got to go get some food. I went over there. What a putt, man. What a putt. They're cheating. You a double dipper? I would never. Hand in the bowl, though? Oh, yeah. I mean, we're parents of 2-year-olds. I think we all... There's like a... I don't know if there's a look, but there's like a unspoken agreement between toddler parents when their kids are in close proximity for, you know, long periods of time. You're like... Nobody's... Don't narc, I guess is what I'm trying to say. We're like, if we're gonna get sick, we're already gonna get sick. You know, it's not gonna be like, oh, how did everybody get sick? Oh, Ryan totally palmed the chips. It's gonna be like one of the kids went to their cousin's house. Their cousin had pink eye. It was like the one day before they had symptoms, and they were like, maybe they're not gonna get pink eye. Then their ass like tomorrow has pink eye, and then all of our asses are gonna have pink eye. Like, you know how it goes. Kids are they're just sick. That's why I stopped washing my hands. I'm like, if I'm gonna get sick, I might as well stop wasting this like 30 seconds every time I take a piss. Bro, she said, really? Got her. She believed me. Oh, no. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm okay. Look, that was actually a great shot. I think this will go.
Nice shot.
I knew it was uphill. I thought the wind would do a little more. Actually, this is a great shot. It's just a little off to the side.
Nice on.
Is this better than Mario Golf? I would say considerably. It's like, it's really good training for real golf, because you actually have to do the motions yourself. Oh, you piece of shit. Didn't Mario Golf had motion controls? Yeah, but it wasn't real golf. It was like a race. So as a result, I'm going to erase it from my frickin' Nintendo Switch. What do you call that thing at the front? On the home menu? The carousel? Holy -2. Holy -2, Batman. Do you pick up real golfing? Will you live stream it? Nope. 0% chance. You're right, we did make the semis. Will we make the finals? We must have been doing pretty ass lately. We haven't had a will we make the finals bet in a while. Will you live tweet it? Nope. Not even when you're 70? Especially not when I'm 70.
Nice shot.
We want to see? You can get the Golf Network. It's an added, like, you got to pay extra for it for sure. You can see people. You could probably just go to YouTube and type golf in. You can see all sorts of funny stuff. This will go.
Nice shot.
Could use a little backspin on this one. At least it's chippable. It's uphill, downhill. I don't like that. I don't like an uphill, downhill. Oh, that's a putter? No, thank you. Wedge me. It's got to be like a 1.5 backspin. It's not going to backspin up the hill, though. Oh no, that's not plausible. And yet it happened. The devs are against him. Every single person is my enemy. Oh, the treachery. Every single person wants to be my enemy. Isn't it Misery? I don't know. I've only heard the Germa version. I've never heard the real song. And that's not a bit. That's the damn truth. Oh, my ass is dead. Okay, that's fine.
Good
You've heard it, lion ass? I've not heard it. Is it by Imagine Dragons or is that a meme? It is. I'm not going to listen to that shit. Are you crazy? Yeah, whatever. It's a decent day. Decent day out on the links. Okay, pay out the casino first. We did not make the finals. Slash marker. Switch golf. And then movie to movie. This seems very easy to do. Am I crazy? Nightcrawler to Raiders of the Lost Ark. I find it hard to believe that Harrison Ford has not been in a movie with Jake Gyllenhaal. But Ryan Reynolds and Jake Gyllenhaal must have been in the same movie. You connect to Blade Runner 2049. Well, let's think about this for a second without going through Marvel. You've also got Renee Russo, but I don't know what the fuck she's been in. Just being straight up with you. So you got Jake Gyllenhaal, Harrison Ford. We're going to Harrison Ford. What other movies has he been in with an ensemble cast? You got Gary Oldman, courtesy of Air Force One. You got Brendan Fraser, courtesy of that movie where Harrison Ford is a doctor. You got The Fugitive with Tommy Lee Jones. You got Blade Runner 2049 with Jared Leto and also with Ryan Gosling. It's like, without going through Marvel, that's like the tricky part. Because you can obviously go Jake Gyllenhaal to Hugh Jackman to something with Ryan Gosling. Then you got Star Wars. So you could be looking at like an Oscar Isaac. You could be looking at a... It's amazing how many careers have been killed by the Star Wars sequels. Adam Driver. Couldn't name... I mean, we're not going to Attack the Block, so let's not worry about... Like, listen, okay. Let's try to find an actor. I think we're looking for Ryan Gosling to Blade Runner or Oscar Isaac to Star Wars. That's how I'm thinking about it right now. Well, okay, this is not really fair. I didn't know Riz Ahmed was in Nightcrawler, but he is in Rogue One, so I'm sure you could connect there. But I'm trying to avoid the Star Wars if possible. You got Bill Paxton to Harrison Ford. It definitely seems doable. Like Bill Paxton to Helen Hunt via Twister, and then you're right in the mix in the 90s. But let's go Jake Gyllenhaal. So I think I'm just going to do some scrolling. We're trying not to use Spider-Man. Let's see who is in these. Okja also has Tilda Swinton. Also has... Wait, that's the wrong Ryan, though. Life has Ryan Reynolds. Nocturnal Animals, Amy Adams, Harrison Ford. Nightcrawler, good movie. Prisoners, End of Watch, Michael Pena. Source Code, Vera Farmiga. Love and Other Drugs, never gonna see that. The Sands of Time. I thought his filmography was like really good, but there's a lot of shit in here. You ever notice that? Zodiac, though, obviously you get Robert Downey Jr., Heath Ledger via Brokeback Mountain. Who am I trying to get to? Harrison Ford. Harrison Ford. Why is this so hard? It feels like this... I know I said it should be easy. It's because Harrison Ford took like a 20-year break in acting. Okay, scroll me up. We're down at the bottom. So I think I'm my gut tells me that you go Life into Ryan Reynolds. And then you just got to get to Ryan Gosling. You're telling me he hasn't been in one of these shitty Netflix originals? With you? Every streamer is in Free Guy. He's not in Six Underground? Wait, Ryan Gosling. Okay, you can always rely on Hobbs and Shaw to serve as a hub. And then from Hobbs and Shaw, we're trying to get to Ryan Gosling or Oscar Isaac. Ah, shit. I'm lost. Where's the intersection point, you piece of crap? Hang on. Cliff Curtis, Dr. Sleep. Ewan McGregor. And then a Star Wars movie that also has Harrison Ford in it. Come on. Come on. You tell it. Force ID, there you go. Right there. Harrison Ford, Raiders of the Lost Ark. Listen, not elegant. And we had to... I think it's pretty cool to connect through Cliff Curtis, at least. You could have just done Riz Ahmed at that point. Yeah, but he's no Cliff Curtis. Come on. I think it was too bad. Switch music still playing? Yeah, you're welcome. Okay, actoral. Should really make an actoral screen region. Okay, they've been in movies as recently as a few years ago. Most of them are very middling. Are any of them truly terrible? Like a 4.7 from 2001 is pretty bad. 5.3 from 2012. It's not great. Just tell me they're not 70. That's all I want to know, okay? So I can tell you right now they're British because they only do dramas and fantasy comedies. They started working in 1969, so they're old as dirt. What the fuck? Is there Austin Powers in here? This is Face Off? Drama, romance, Face Off? Face? This seems so gettable. 7.4 drama, romance. This is Julia. Chocolat. 7.9 2000 crime movie. Murder in Los Cabo. A 7 from 2008. A simple man. A serious man. A serious man. That's not even the right number of letters, but I can't get it out of my head. I know you're not Michael Stuhlbarg, but maybe Michael Stuhlbarg was in a movie with you? Nope. Oh, shit. I'm in trouble. Why? Stop! You know what? I'm done with that. I'm actually done with actoral. You know why? I'm fucking sick of 70 to 80-year-old actors. I'm sorry. That's not my generation. I'm using a website. I'm not accessing your website, via a book in the library or a telegram sent to my front door or something like that. When it's like old, normal, old, old, young, old child, old, middle age, then it's fine. Then there's a back and forth. But when it's always old people the whole time, get over yourself. I'm done. You had your chance, actoral. We're going to Framed instead. Framed. Okay, what is this movie? I couldn't tell you. It's from the 70s. Hello. Okay.
Why is it so small?
What are you talking about? It looks perfectly cromulent to me.
How are you supposed to see anything with that?
That's not big enough?
Well, I don't even know. I feel like a boomer. I have to the squint my eyes like a boomer look at the cell phone.
There you go. How's that? This looks like a movie from the 70s, so I've not seen it. This looks like it's in Paris.
That's a Rome.
This is All the President's Men. I spelled it wrong. It's not even on here. This is Rome? No, this is Paris.
That's a Rome.
This is Paris.
That's a Rome.
Either way, I don't know what this is. This is the Pink Panther. It's not even in here. I submit.
That's Paris?
That's Philadelphia. This is Rocky.
It's not Rome?
I know this guy. I submit. This is a James Bond? Are you a James Bond? Submit. Is this not All the President's Men? Am I going crazy? Is this Straw Dogs? Wrong. The answer was Marathon Man.
What was the first one?
It's the same. They're all from the same. They're all from the same film.
Oh.
I don't know Marathon Man. I don't watch movies from the 1970s starring Dustin Hoffman.
Well, if it makes you feel better, nobody guessed it in the chat.
How about, yeah, guess the game I can handle.
That's gonna be too easy.
This shit is super hot.
I like the butt. There's like 4 butt cheeks.
Am I wrong? This is super hot, right? No results found? No, never mind. That's it. It's super. Okay, she's right. It's too easy.
Super butt cheeks.
It's the easiest one I've ever seen. Whoa, okay. Now this is literally impossible.
I know what it is.
Oh,
Do
come
you wanna
on.
know what it is?
Yes.
It's Dunes.
Is that a joke?
No.
I don't know what this is. I'm going to say this is Darksiders 2. Wrong. It's not out yet. It's in early access. It's about outer space. Starfield. Wrong. Original platform PC. Space Engineers. It's wrong.
No Man's Land.
Genre, strategy. Is this satisfactory? It is satisfactory. I'm crazy. I'm kind of insane at guess the game. Maybe because I'm such a big gamer. See, this looks very gettable.
Really?
This looks like the way you would make a skybox in an endless game. Like Endless Dungeon.
I don't even know what I'm looking at.
So I'm going to say that this is Endless Legend. No, never mind. This is Super Brothers Sword and Sorcery EP. Oh, see, this is like, looks cute. Looks like a mobile game. What's that mobile game? What's that? Monument Valley? Oh, I'm crazy!
Crazy.
I've never played it. I'm out of my mind. Oh, it's garbage. I'll tell you that much.
Oh, I know what it is.
What is this one?
Assassin's Creed.
This is an Assassin's Creed?
Yeah.
Are you sure it's not Tashiro Masashi?
Azaz.
Is probably Assassin's Creed
1.
1. Wrong. The original release is too old for Metacritic.
Now I can see how it's old. It's just JPEG.
I have no idea. I pass. I skip. It's arcade machines in the Dreamcast. This is Soul Calibur 1. Oh, excuse me? Soul Calibur. This is Power Stone. This is Soul Edge. This is Soul Calibur. Am I crazy?
Maybe you just have to type it.
It's one word, you piece of... You liars! Soul Calibur. I got one more in me. Oh, it's Soul Calibur. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Oh!
I know this.
I know this.
I know this for sure.
V.
I don't think it's V. I'll try it because I don't know. I was going to skip, so I'll pass.
Oh, it's the Enter the Gungeon, dude. Or the nuclear.
Nuclear Throne. She's right. Nuclear Throne. I was in the same boat. I was like, let's Enter the Gungeon. Who said Jackbox?
No. Tron?
I'm not touching this one. I don't do it if I look at the screenshot and go, I have no idea what that is.
Could be a Tron.
Here we go. This is gettable.
I know what it is. Do you know what it is? Do you want the answer?
Yeah.
Get over it.
Get over here?
No,
Getting over it.
Getting over it.
Yo,
Oh
she's
God,
crazy.
So good!
It's an angle I've never seen before.
It's the part that you hop and then there's the hat and the bat shows up.
That is actually crazy.
I'm so good. I didn't even play that game. What's crazy is that I didn't even play that game.
How about this one? Hot shot.
It's Aladdin.
Come on now.
It looks kind of like Aladdin.
This is Eco. This is Kunio-kun Neketsu Complete Famicom Hen.
Why do you talk like that?
If I had to guess, I would say this is probably Foot Taru, Nicholas Anelka. No. Metacritic score 81.
Oh, it's the Zelda of the wind.
No,
Yeah.
no.
Yeah.
No.
The Wind Waker.
No.
What is that?
It's an absolutely hideous UI. PC, Xbox One?
Xbox One.
Are you Sea of Thieves?
Oh, that has to be it. What?
Action adventure. I pass.
Rancher?
Is this Slime Rancher? I don't know. I've never played Slime Rancher. Oh!
Dude, the teamwork is popping off.
Oh.
We're so good.
I still think it could be Foot Taru, Nicholas Anelka.
Not the...
I'm not insulting Slime Rancher. I just thought the UI looked like it was from Subway Surfers. But even not the UI, just the little part of the HUD.
How's your thumb?
It's okay.
Yo, it looks nice.
I do think that, like, because this is kind of like, it's my thumb.
Don't do that, please.
I do think that maybe there's a nail growing underneath this little crack here, and it's starting to push out the broken part of the nail.
Don't touch it. Whatever you do, don't touch it.
Are you ready to stream?
Yeah, I just gotta put myself in.
She said yeah, and then says something else, which is a very roundabout way of saying no. That is what happens. Wait, a roundabout way of saying no, or like the nail? I mean, the nail's not that bad. It's not perfect, don't get me wrong, but it's like, it gets better every time. So that little red splotch is like that's blood that got trapped under the nail when I smashed my thumb. And then there's like a crack in the nail. And then the red, like brownish red part at the bottom, I don't know, it's like damage to the nail bed, but I think it's getting better. Yeah, I think there's a new one coming in underneath. So I think at some point I'm going to have to trim the old one off or something, but I don't know, we'll figure it out. A rat bit me. That's gross. It's not that gross. What is, Malf, what is that? A rat bit me. It's gross. It's not that gross. Oh, it is from I Think You Should Leave. Oh, man. Casino me for what? If you know, you know. What sketch is that? Ah, the airplane sketch. That's right. Twitter.com/Chiblee. You think it's a little messed up that Chiblee doesn't follow me on his alts, where he tweets all of like his normal tweets? Chiblee's new tweet. Just downvoted a Reddit post. I don't give an F. That's not... I thought this was supposed to be funny. Or is it the tweet on his alt account? The tweet on his alt account got me laughing, where there's like the Doritos bag that's super full, and then it's so puffed up with air, and then they squeeze it a little, and all the chips fall out into the aisle of the airplane on top of the dude's foot. This is really good. It's on @Chiblee. It's a reply. That explains it. Your third @ has to wear this, and it's like a Bayonetta dress. Okay, it's humorous, I suppose. How droll. If I was gonna wear that, I probably would have run it the day after the norovirus, because I was looking a little cut up, honestly. Nowadays, I had the opportunity to put a little bit of the meat back on. Kate has gone live. Okay, I'll send you over there. Well, that's the thing. I was serving a little bit, but I was also serving like heavily ill vibes. Like I was serving illness for sure. But like, it is like the most emaciated I've looked probably in like 15 years. Saying something. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Later.